Hello, everybody. Hey, CryptoCode. Hey, Viru. Twitch is trying to convince me to, Twitch is also suggesting that to me so I can say to myself, happy affiliate anniversary. Thank you. Thank you, Viru. Thank you, Twitch, I guess. Wow. Okay. Here's the plan. The plan is some Zine work while we wait for mlugg to show up. No rush. We had an appointment at 3 p.m. my time. Maybe we'll start earlier, maybe we'll start later. So it's not so while I do have a countdown, it's not a hard limit because we did not agree on a hard time. So just managing expectations. I'll repeat this later, I guess. In any case, we have some nice stuff to do in the meantime. Hello, Nat Walker. So I got pretty far with Zine, with standalone Zine. There's a bunch of to-dos that I left behind while making some progress, which I think I will want to tackle now and make nice. But we're pretty much at the point where we can almost install assets, I think. Maybe not even almost. I mean, you know what? We can just now program. We can now program asset installation. But um, what did I want to say? We can program asset installation. Yeah, but then there's still the to-dos left. Sorry, I need my tea. I'm still kind of tired. I overdid it the last few days, and I'm realizing that I'm like falling behind in sleep quality, but it's fine. We'll survive. Oh, you know what I should do? I should tweet. Okay, give me a sec. I'll go make myself some tea, and then we're gonna start. Hello, everybody. Thank you for the hype, for the happy anniversary. Sorry, happy affiliate anniversary. Cheers. Thank you. Ah, man. Okay. Let's get some work done. Okay, people might be asking, Loris, what is the state of progress of new standalone zine? Are you making any progress? It's a rewrite. Why are you? Some of you might be asking, why are you not rewriting it in Go? Lately, it seems that everybody that is rewriting stuff should rewrite it in Go, right? I'll have you know that no, I'm not rewriting Zine in Go. Zine was a Zig project and it's still a Zig project, although previously was scripted on the Zig build system. And now it's fully standalone. So in a sense, I'm rewriting it in even more Zig to some degree than it was before. So what's the state of things? The state of things is this is my personal blog. Well, clear. This is my personal blog, so 3 content. That's my content. And my personal blog is not super complicated, right? There's like an index, and then there's the blog posts. That's pretty much it. It's very basic, but in any case, so how are we doing with that? Well, if I run zine release, also have a progress bar. People who have not seen this before might have not seen that I've added a progress bar, which is nice. Also, there's like a warning message because this is a debug build of Zine. Yeah, so this has output stuff inside of public. So right now, this is momentary, but right now by default you run zine release, and it builds your website under public. And then I have a copy of a build of my website using current official Zine. And so what I can do is that I can diff the two. I can diff reference against public and see where they differ. Everywhere they differ, that's a regression in the standalone version. So there's assets that don't get copied because I don't have asset installation yet. Here you can see these 2 lines differ slightly, although that's on me. I think that this example.com stuff is because I have example.com in here, so they should be Christoph.it, and title should be, I don't know, Loris Crow's personal website. I think that that's what I use normally, but I'm not using that field anywhere, I think. So in any case, let's rebuild everything with a new change. Let's diff again. So that previous diff disappeared, so we got slightly closer. Are you gonna be streaming with Toggle anytime soon? Funny stuff. I don't know. I think Toggle is taking a break from streaming, so I should message him. I keep forgetting to message him. I should really message him. So in any case, you can see that now the diff is getting closer. So in any case, long story short, if Toggle wants, for sure, from my perspective. But in the meantime, we're gonna have a Z compiler detective agency stream in about 1 hour. So what else? Oh, check this out. We are producing these links without the leading slash. That is unfortunate. Halo Byte Fox, thank you. So this is the diffs. This is not all of it, by the way. There's more. Here you can see that basically the generated markdown is slightly different. The problem is that it gets generated as a single line. That's on me. It doesn't have to be this way, but that's how I coded it myself. So probably should fix that. And then we have some more differences. Basically, it's mostly that. Then there's also Oh, beyond version selection. So check this out. This is a page that has draft set to true, which we should not build, but we build it anyway because we don't understand the concept of a page being a draft right now. Question, is there a lib for coroutine that was written in Zig? A lib for coroutine. I'm not sure I understand what you mean specifically, but there's libxcv in that same space. So maybe this answers your question. But that's an event loop. So I'm not sure what a lib for coroutine would be. Zig.io. Yeah, hello, by folks. If you want to link it, feel free. So these are like libxv is an event loop. Coroutine runtime, so an event loop. Okay, libxv is an event loop. If that's what's being asked. Okay, so here's what I would do. I would try to fix these things now. So that we can reduce the diffs. And then, well, let's fix asset installation first. Okay, in order. Asset installation, prefix, and then see what's different in Markdown. Okay, how do you install assets? Well, the way you install assets is that basically you look at all side assets, and then you look at all page assets, and then you install them, basically. I guess that's how it is, right? So install assets for. So run a loop over all. I think it's an iterator, not a for loop. So var site IT is build.site assets dot iterator. Site IT dot next. It's an entry. What is an entry? That's indeed a good question. An entry is key pointer, value pointer. That makes sense. Basically, we want to do this. If entry dot value pointer dot, and this is a counter. Do we do load? What if I did just dot row? I'm gonna be naughty. Type array hash map unmanaged. Path name value 32 array map auto context entry is not indexable and not in range. And not a range. Oh, you're right. While. There we go. Okay, now that makes more sense. Okay, so we got a U32, yes. So I do value pointer the row, and I say if it's greater than 0, so if somebody referenced this asset, then it means that we need to install it. So how do we install it? We need to. Is there some like copy file instruction? Copy file like Cisco? I'm sure there has to be. Let's see. sed.fs. Well, no, we have site assets there, so we can do build.site assets there dot copy file. There we go. Copy file source path relative to that directory, right? So it's basically this source path and destination path are the same. Is there like a copy file, but also make dirs along the way? Please. Atomic files, stat file. I guess I first need to do ensure path update file. Let's see. Oh, error, error. This sounds sexy. Let's see. Check the file size, modify time, and mode of source path and dest path. If they're equal, does nothing. Otherwise, atomically copies source path to dest path. The destination file gains the mtime, blah, 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 and the next update file will not need a copy. Returns the previous status of the file before updating. If any of the directories do not exist for dest path, they are created. Thank you, Zig. That's exactly what I was looking for. On Windows, both paths should be encoded as WTF8, I guess. So that's going to be update file. Okay. And now we need to create a path. So to create a path, it has to work kind of like this. Give me a good one. Yeah, it's basically kind of like this. So we have a buffer of max path bytes. And in there, we want to byte slice a path. Let me think about it. Do we want to byte slice it or do we want to format it? Or do we want to format it? Also, which path are we talking about? So the path is our key. Oh, I think we want to format. No, because we can pass name to this guy. Oh, that's awesome. Okay, so it's going to be like this. So we have key. And so we do it like this. Key.path, byte slice. Now, string table is going to be build.st. Buffer. Path is the file system separator. Yes. And the name is key.name. So this is going to be our path, which we use twice. Destination there. And then path again, and then options. There we go. Okay, so we have everything except the install there. So how do we do an install there? I think that right now, yeah, we're saying build CLI out with their path, otherwise blah, blah, blah. Let's take this out and let's say that this is instead going to be a field in here. Why do they have default undefined stuff to them? I'm assuming that we have CLI in here. Yeah, we make it ourselves. So we do it's base there. Otherwise, cwd. Okay, we have to decide what outdoor path is. Although let's install the path. Okay. Install there. We're missing installer path, which I think is something that I failed to copy. Oh yeah, let's see. Oh. No, this is more complicated. No. Wait, what are we doing here? Make open path, install their path. Okay, so we're not doing a. So we're always appending public. Is that what we're doing here? Oh yeah, we're always appending public. Oh, I see. Okay, no, we can do better. Make open path. Well, we want is a create there. Make open path. Make path. Make there. I think we want to make it open. So we want to make open path. And this is going to be what we were saying in work here, which is this expression here. So it's either CLI out build path or hard-coded public. There we go. Install there. Okay, so now we have installed there. Now we need to fix the main stuff here where we are doing where we're doing build.installer, make open path, outdoor path is the same but without this. So this doesn't even need anything around it. Maybe the new thing is okay. Shouldn't this have an index.html thing at the end? Oh yeah, we do create file then. Okay. Yeah, so this is our out there. Okay, so we should have fixed this code back. So that's fine. I have installed there. So if we go back to main, install assets. Installer is going to be build.installer. What copy file options do we have? Override mode. When this is null, the mode is copied from the source file. Yeah. I can identify installer. No, I fixed that, man. Error union is ignored. True. Okay, we catch the error. Probably switch on it. What are the errors? Which was and all possibilities? Agreed. What are those? No, that's me. No space left. Understandable. Invalid UTF-8. Disk quota, file too big, input output, file busy, invalid argument. Okay, this is totally a fatal file. I kind of wish that file allowed me to specify a reason, but it's okay. And then there's the previous status, huh? Yeah, I'm sorry. Look, just embrace the fiction. Just accept it. I mean, at the end of the day, they are sounds that are recorded. That they are real sounds that were recorded and sampled. Thank you, everybody, for the happy affiliate anniversary. Thank you. So these are real sounds, and you're listening to them through your computer. So what's the difference? I reject your reality. Yeah, my reality right now is like shitty red switches in my keyboard. So okay, next. So we update these files. We hope that we don't fail. And then what do we do? So with this, we have installed site assets in theory. In theory. There's also page assets, which we haven't installed. Maybe that should be delegated to the thread pool. Well, let's see. Okay, so this build succeeded. So let's run it and see what happens, actually. So just as a reminder, previously we had a bunch of diffs. Oh, we have a crash. Let's see. Error accessing dir file not found. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Wait a second. That is fair actually, because no, that is not fair. What's going on, man? Don't I have my fatal file that tells me the path actually? Fatal file. Well, I mean, error accessing dir. This is a fatal file and we're getting error accessing dir, so it's something else. It means that it's in build that we fail. Here we're doing fatal dir. So this is optional. How? Let me double check that this is actually where we're coming from. No, fatal dir is in worker 769. Okay, never mind. It's somewhere else. So we did not fix worker. empty path. Okay, the problem, okay, I get it. The problem is that empty path is empty. And because empty path is empty, because the root index file has an empty path, that is indeed actually fair. That is indeed actually fair. So I guess it works like this. Okay, so now this part is going. Let's see if public has some assets now. No, definitely not doing great. We don't have any assets in there. What's going on, man? Do we not have any asset to install? Let's see. Let's add some printing. Let's have printing tell us what we did wrong. So here's how we're gonna do it. I think that I will move these out and I will move these up and this up so that we can print early. Watch crashed. Oh, got one compilation error. Too few arguments. True. And S. Site asset.ds store. Right. Site asset index SMD. Site asset. So no, what are you talking about? No, these are definitely not site assets. What? Oh, you know what's going on in here? God damn it! I did it again. I have this shitty Ziggy file that I copied a bunch of times. That uses content as the assets folder. Is so dumb. That said, now that I think about it, this still won't do what we want it to. Okay, now it works a little bit better. But here's why it won't do anything good for us. Or probably not much good for us. Because I think that if we did it correctly, we should have received complaints that these assets don't exist. The fact that we didn't receive any complaint, it means that we are not installing these assets. Like we're not analyzing these assets as we should. So, I mean, free public, but I don't think anything has changed pretty much. Yeah, nothing has changed, and we're not installing anything. We do need static assets at the very least, though. That is for sure. So how do we do this? We want to install page assets, and we want to install, maybe I should do page assets, because I think what's happening is that the page assets are being correctly analyzed. They're just not getting installed. So maybe that's the, you know what, maybe that's the quickest win that we can get. So let's go do that. The way I'll do it is probably like this. I would say we do the usual loop for variants. Is that a page section thing? It's a per variant, right? Yes. So for each variant, I would do worker.add job. Install page assets. Pass the build. Well, we don't want actually the full build. We just want the what do we want? The installer, basically. Although technically, when we are rendering a page, why are we not, wait a second? Why are we not also installing assets at that point? Because because a page might be referencing another asset, so we need to do the install after we're done rendering all pages. Yeah. So build. Hey Lucas, nice haircut. Thank you. Yeah, it was about time I got one. Happy birthday to you in the meantime. So we want to build. This is not exactly also page assets install. Well, it's called assets install. We are okay. Let me think about it. We are installing page assets. It's just that we're not doing it per page. Variant assets install. Maybe. I think that like this is okay. In the meantime, we're also installing site assets, and we wait at the end. Oh, we don't have this guy. Yeah. Progress install assets. So here we probably want to count. Although every time we do one of these guys, we are done already. So and we don't have an estimate to set. Done installing assets. Okay, so we need to add this type of job, implement the relative function, and with this we should have page asset installation. It's progress, variant, and then install there. I think that's it. Why this? You know what? Actually, this should be inside of variant. Like this is pretty much almost entirely a pure variant thing. So yeah. We have scan content there. Install assets. Yeah. Variant installed there. That's it. Nice. So variant installed there. So it's for, well, no, it's wild basically. So IT is v dot urls contains assets for us. That's an iterator. While it.next. Value is actually a hint in this case. So if hint.kind is different than page asset, continue. We skip those. Oh, the progress, that's what's missing. We could take that node and I could give it a name and say that per variant we're doing this, but for now it's fine. Okay, if it is a page asset, then what do we do? The key tells us the path, like in the other case. So in the case of main, so we can literally copy the same thing. Okay, so we do path, and then after we're done with path, we do underscore equal try install there dot update file path destination there. Oh, this is not installed there that we do this on. This is the content there that we do this on. We have a content there? We do. Content there update file path destination there install there path is path default options. There you go. So here we update the file and then we say progress.add one. No definition found. Come on. You can do add one to this guy, right? Wait, am I going insane? Complete one. There we go. Oh, not try because we catch. Yeah, and that's kind of it. Take the asset where we're not checking. Wait. We're checking the hint. Then we do if hint dot kind dot page asset dot row 0 continue as well. I think that's it pretty much. Also, interestingly, we don't seem to need this because we just do not heap allocate anything. We don't use any allocator. That's cool, actually. Okay, that's cool. So let's see how we do this. Uh, yeah. And then in the invocation, how do we do it? Yeah, so this part should be fine. Main, we do it bad. Okay. So this we should be installing also page assets. Let's see if any of these works at all. Yes, it does. It has indeed installed all these images. So now we can get diff. And the diff should be a little bit shorter than before. I mean, the content is still different, but there's fewer missing files. So we moved, we made a step in the right direction. Let's fix this. So what's the problem here? The problem here is that the problem is uh, um, the problem is that we are linking to some resources, but we are missing the leading slash. This is a super HTML thing, so it's inside our context. So I think this is site.asset. I think this function is not producing a link like we want it to. Yeah, look, it's it's extremely simplistic. It's saying, yeah, you know what? I'll take your ref and just put it there. Problem is, we need to add a leading slash. So let's go do that. Okay, so the way it works is going to be we alloc print basically. Although, no, we want std dot, we want join. The problem is that we want join POSIX. The problem is that there is no join POSIX. Or there's join SEP maybe Z, but it's not public. God damn it. So that's why I had my own join inside the root file. Do I still have it? I still have my join with a hard-coded separator. I think we want that still. I do have join imported even. Okay, so we try join. And we join a slash and ref. No, ref stays the same. It's path that changes, right? Actually, wait a second. This returns an asset. Oh, you know what? Actually, this is fine. The problem doesn't lay. It's not. Yeah, this is still fine. The problem is link. It's calling link that should do the correct thing. Yeah, it just does this, but it shouldn't. So join GPA, and then so this. Okay, git diff. Ooh, now it's different. So now we still have the side assets that are missing, which is weird. We need to fix this. Dioredis index July. Oh, the number of words is not set. I'm failing to set the number of words. That's causing the diff here. Okay. And then we have differences in how this thing gets rendered. So I guess we're going to have to see in a moment. So we're getting there. The diff is getting shorter. I'm going to be able, there's like a way of diffing on single words. So these huge diffs, it's going to be easier to navigate them. Let's do the word thing. Render page, when we do meta, we have word count. And I don't know what that should be. So cache. There you go. Easy peasy. So in our case, that's going to be page dot underscore parse dot full source incompatible types dot len There we go. There you go. That diff is gone. Next is, why are we not installing site assets? Oh, I know why. Because those get installed unconditionally. Some of them get installed unconditionally. Some of them are missing because they should be reference counted by Super HTML, but they're not. So let's do first maybe static assets. So in build, I have a definition of site, which does contain static assets. Okay, so we could parse this information out of a Ziki file if it were configured correctly. So these are my static assets. There you go. Okay, so how do we do this? We go into main, and when we're installing static assets, I guess what we want to do is for each static asset, we get the value, we install it directly, I think, and then we set the reference counting to 0 so that we don't install it twice. So for build.variants, what do we have in here? Yeah, technically this is per variant, but right now we don't have that. So I'm just going to grab this from the CFG, I guess. Yeah. I should also validate them. I did not validate these things. They need to be validated. They need to be validated. They should have been validated already, to be honest. It's fine. I'm going to leave it to do. Let's assume they're all correct for now. So for each one of these bad boys, we want to do the full procedure ourselves. I mean, the thing is, it's not really a full procedure. It's just this, basically. Um, so we do build.site assets.get pointer. And what's our key? Our key is I think there's a from path name. There's get. Oh, you can do path name.get. Yeah, which is what we want to do. String table, path table, and then source. Yeah. Perfect. Base.len.dot. No, this is like this. Although to be precise, it could be like this. Yeah. Although this is running in the meantime, but this is not using site assets. Okay, so that's cool. So we can do this. To be honest, I could have named this thing path. Oh, it doesn't allow me to do the question mark. That is unfortunate. But this works. Still does not work. Oh, right. There you go. A bunch of assertions that we are asserting because, well, we shouldn't. We need to assert, but there should have been validation already. So technically the assertions are correct once the validation is in place. Okay, for now the validation is crashing on the assertion. So this should install, this should correctly install these guys. Or not. I guess we want to print. Oh, you know what? I think the problem is that we didn't rebuild. Yeah, now we have rebuilt. Okay. Scene release. There we go. Fav icon, CNAME, and then there should be a hidden folder that's just not being displayed. Hey, mlugg. Yeah, no worries, man. No rush, no rush. Git diff no index. Now the diff is only in generated markdown plus the one file that's supposed to be a draft, but it's not a draft. We have obliterated pretty much all the differences. Now, how do you do word-wise diffing? Uh, Git diff help. No index. No. Cached. No. Merge base. No. Come on. Come on. Indent heuristic. No indent heuristic. Diff algorithm. Basic greedy diff algorithm. Minimal. Spend extra time to make sure the smallest possible diff is produced. Patience. Use patience diff algorithm when generating patches. Histogram. Okay. There we go. Word diff. I think. Show a word diff using the mode to delimit the change words. Color, plain, and porcelain. Use a special line biased format intended for script consumption. Oh my god. Okay, now we want word diff color. That's what we want. And now we can see where we disagree. And guess what we disagree on? We disagree on that leading thing and this. Although, you know what? The disagreeing on these attributes is actually fine. Because I disabled that feature. Okay, so we're literally done, basically. Let's just go fix this. So what is this? This is like page. This is still asset link. Why are we linking this way? Why are we linking assets this way? Why are we linking assets that way? It's still asset.link, isn't it? So in the end, oh no, but wait a second. This is not Super HTML. This is Super Markdown. This is Super Markdown. So it's somewhere else. It's what we're doing in make in worker, sorry, when we analyze those things. So Yeah, it's basically us doing page asset wrong. Let me think. We're doing page asset. We're doing reference counting. But we're doing relative paths. Yeah, I think the problem is that we should print with a leading slash. We should probably even default to printing the full link here. Yeah, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna do this. Path bytes, it doesn't matter where you're coming from. We start by appending a initial slash. Yeah, and now the diff is only this part. Now the difference is only those things. Okay, so here's what we can do. Let's do a zig build with normal zin. This should be a build with that feature disabled. I should actually check if that flag is on or off. But it should be off. Well, you know what? We can now get diff, I guess. Not against the reference, but against zig out. Oh, we still have the feature on then? Yeah. There you go. Now the diff is this page that shouldn't be there, plus, I guess, minor things. Let's see what's wrong here. There's an href that is missing a same problem, just with a link. Okay. Same problem here, I'm guessing. No. Here we're disagreeing on what's before or after, but this has probably to do with the debug pages. So what's happening here is that we're saying, okay, I get it. What's happening here is that we're saying, well, the page that it's technically a draft is actually active, so that messes with what we think is the previous or next page. We have regressed tildes somehow. Interesting. That's mostly it. We have regressed auto linking also. There's a few settings in the Markdown parser that we have regressed. Okay, and that's kind of mostly it. Okay, so here's what I will do. Let's keep trying to reduce that diff. So where are we missing this? I think that we are missing it also here. Okay, we have reduced these things a little bit more. Okay, we need auto linking and tildes. What's up? What's up with that? So here we're not doing anything particularly weird to parse those things. This might have to do though with the things that we have changed. Hey, mlugg. Ready? You ready? Okay, cool. Let's see. Yeah, look at oh. Yeah, look at these things. You know what? Don't tell me that this runs over a linked list. Okay, so if this freaking function is the one that runs over a linked list, that would explain a lot of things. Okay. Let me invite mlugg. Actually, you know what? mlugg, be patient. I'll be AFK like very briefly. Just a quick bathroom break. Maybe I'll make myself some tea and then we can start. Sounds good? Okay. So give me a sec. I'll be right back. Okay. Let's get this party started. How did we do it last time? I think we were using this thing. So let me share a link with you. I'm logging in a moment. Yeah, it's okay. Don't worry. Let's test stuff out while we stream. It's okay. It's not showtime, so people are used to weird stuff happening on stream. Okay. In the meantime, I guess this is what we're doing. Okay. Okay. Okay, mlugg is having a Linux moment. Let's wait for him to get unstuck. In any case, once he gets unstuck, it won't take long for me to put at least his audio on stream. Then the rest we'll see. So apparently this is also not triggering, which is surprising. And I think we're starting to get to the core problem of like weird behavior with CMark, I think. Okay, mlugg, can you hear me? Yes. Okay, you're not on stream yet. Give me a sec. You're not on stream yet. Give me a second and I will put you there. There you go.
Okay.
You're not toggle bit.
I'm not toggle bit, I'm afraid.
mlugg.
Yeah, exactly. No, well, okay, one sec. Firstly, I want to test a few microphones and see which is best, because set up so things are in places. Currently going through my Blue Snowball, which is not set up very well because I don't have a mic arm, but it might be the best one at the minute. We can try my laptop, which is here. I think this is quite loud.
No, laptop, no. Laptop, no. Laptop, no. Jesus. Okay, try again.
Speaking with my mouth, talking.
Okay, it's fine. I think it's slightly worse than the snowball.
Okay, and the third one is my new webcam mic, and I suspect this one's dog shit, but I've not tried. How is this?
Say something more.
Something more, and some words, and some more talking. You know, I can obviously fuck with level as needed.
I think the snowball is the best one.
Okay, cool. So we're back here. This best.
Yeah, I would say definitely wins over all the other ones.
I was kind of expecting that because before I think my laptop was better, but now that's further away from me. So, okay. And let's see if I can also screen share, just so that we know that this works. So if I say this, is that working? Can you see my beautiful window?
I can. Let me put it on stream. Yes, so it works. It's just that well, you have a super wide aspect ratio. That is true, but I also have some cropping enabled, so your window is cropped basically.
Oh, well, that's a mean solution to my thing. Just fucking cut off part of my screen. How dare you?
Yeah, that I didn't do this on purpose. It's because that's the setup that we have with Toggle.
Yeah, fair enough. It's fine. I can limit what part of the screen I use for stuff.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, I'm guessing you can put like some kind of sidebar, right?
I can just do this.
Yeah, and
this window can say, "Hi guys."
Okay.
I can mess with the size.
Yeah, that
of it
works.
to make it
If you do one more push, I think you're gonna be at the perfect size. Yeah, pretty much.
Okay, cool.
Nice.
Okay. What are we doing today, Loris? Also, wait, is that I forget how this online thing works. Can I see your stream on it somehow?
Yes, you're right. I should screen share with you my desktop, huh? So let me do full screen preview.
Yeah, I mean, I've had an upgrade. Look, you can see me through a proper 1080p 60 webcam, mainly because my housemate is using my other one. And I've got two actual monitors now, plus my laptop. It's fantastic. I don't need to be messing around with moving things between windows the whole time.
Okay, can you see my screen share?
I can, yes. Perfect.
Okay. So what are we doing today? Yeah, good question. So hello, everybody who has just joined. So we originally we mentioned looking at faster stuff. We could, but here's something that I encountered in the meantime that I feel like it's actually a bigger priority in the grand scheme of things. So let me tell you a story, okay? I'll tell you the whole story behind this case. Actually, wait, let's change music. So what
are we setting the mood?
Yeah.
Sorry, I have moved so many things over here that I didn't mean to. I pressed the wrong button 3 times. There we go. That's fine.
It's okay.
I just
Noir. Yeah. Okay, so here's what happened.
I'd like to note, guys, that I can't hear this music.
Yeah,
so
I'm sorry.
It's incredibly underwhelming for me. I have no idea what's happening. You may have just put on clown music in the background. I don't know.
Technically, you could open the stream, I guess, and then put it low volume. Then maybe you hear the music, and not worth it though. Okay,
I'm concerned enough about the potential echoing as it is. I'm not going to play your stream as well. That seems like.
Oh yeah, right. Because you don't have headphones. You should get headphones at some point.
I'm going to. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
If you want a fancy suggestion, Bear Dynamic 1990 DT Pro. I like them a lot.
Toggle also has the same. Audiophile friends, I'll pick their brains.
Okay. So here's the case. Basically, I was having a terrible experience with ZLS as of late. And I didn't think much of it.
Oh, I know what you're going to say because I saw your message on the Discord. Yeah,
okay. Yeah, so basically, I guess this is for the people in chat then. So basically, I was having a terrible time with ZLS, and I didn't think much of it because sometimes it happens, especially when there's a new version of Z coming up and a bunch of breaking changes all over the place. Also, I don't download and recompile ZLS every day, so maybe I'm just falling behind and it's going out of sync. But I started getting annoyed, and then I realized that maybe they did have watch integration. And the problem with the watch integration, if you can see my screen, let's see if I can maybe trigger that. But basically, it crashes a lot on Mac. And I mean watch. Like the Z compiler watch crashes a lot. Now watch it never be able to.
Yeah, you're never gonna repro it now.
God damn it! It fails so fucking much. Oh, there we go. So here's a stack trace.
That's not a. Oh wait, yes, down there. Sorry, I was like, that's a compile error, but no, there's a stack trace below it.
Yeah. So I'm getting this very consistently. Like there's a call to POSIX-K event in watch.zig line 767, and that's bad. So the reason why I'm saying that I think this is more pressing is because so what I think it's happening is that when ZLS, and by the way, I also hacked ZLS to disable watch support, and now it works nicely. So that's entirely the problem. So the reason why I think it's more pressing, in my opinion, is because, well, it's not nice to have watch crash on you. Obviously, we want watch to not crash on you, but also this crash is then eaten by ZLS, which just stops functioning. And I think then that leads to people hating on ZLS even more for no reason. While in reality, ZLS combined with watch and F incremental, it's pretty much maybe not God tier setup yet, but almost God tier setup that you can get today without anything else, because you have ZLS that pulls diagnostics into your editor, and then you have the super fast rebuilds from watch and maybe F incremental.
Yeah. So you think today's task is maybe, or at least today's first task, because maybe we're really efficient, is to take a little look through this code and try and figure out what's breaking.
Yeah, maybe we could do some detective work there. The fuzzer debugging stuff is also always on the plate, of course. And if you have anything else, like, another tiny 10-line fix like the last one, we could look into that. I don't know. Do you have opinions?
I will just point out, for the benefit of the audience who are at the last compile detective agency stream. I mean, Loris, do you want to pull up the PR that I made?
Yes. Do you remember the number?
Not in the slightest. I always just look in my search bar for like words and let it auto suggest. I can tell you it was called rewrite comp time arithmetic 23177. So yeah, the thing that I was working on with Loris last time was meant to be a quick little one-line change to introduce him to some compiler internals, and it turned into a diff with, I do believe, plus 11,000 lines. Yeah.
Where's the count? Oh no, I zoomed in too much and I lost the count.
Yeah, you need to zoom out a couple steps. There you go.
Yeah, 11,000 added, 2,000, almost 3,000 removed.
Yeah. The added number is a bit of an exaggeration because most of those lines are just test manifests, but yeah, it was not quite one line. I also need to merge that because Andrew's happy with it, but I'll do that later. Okay.
Yeah, good job.
But yeah, I have nothing else like that for us today. So
okay,
should we start off with the watch thing?
I think the watch thing is like interesting because it's some detective work. It's probably not going to be terribly hard. I suspect it might be. There's a non-zero chance that it's the same issue that every time everybody keeps having with K event. So I can tell you, you know what? there's an older case, mlugg. There's an older case. It's still unsolved. It's still open, but we encountered this. I don't know what to call it, serial crasher before. There's an issue in libxev. So let's take a look at I'll show you the issue on libxev that I open, and then we'll see if it happens to be the same thing or not. So I opened this one a long time ago. KQ wrong API usage. So long story short, in ePOL, you can register multiple listeners for the same file descriptor, and it works. On K-Event, if you register an event filter for the same file descriptor, you override any pre-existing one. So, so on ePOL, for example, you could have one listener for on a TCP socket to if it's like ready to read, and another one that triggers if the socket becomes ready to write. And they're two different filters, and they can exist at the same time. On K-Event, it doesn't work. You can only have one. Well, you can have 0 or 1, and if you don't realize that, then you think that you're registering a write one, but you're actually nuking all the read ones, that kind of stuff. So who knows? Maybe that's connected. In any case, yeah, let's take a look maybe at watch.zig. So how do we want to do this? This is in the build runner, right? So I could actually technically keep using my random build of Zig and modify its standard library, and it should be fine.
Yeah, that should be fine.
I mean, then I will have to PR stuff, I guess. That's a different story, but, you know, for now.
That's fine. You just the way I do that is just copy the edited file over to a repo, and then Git will understand the diff. That's fine.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so watch.zig. Do you want me to drive, or do you want to drive?
I don't mind. What would you prefer?
Well, if we make changes, it would have to run on my system because you cannot test this on your end.
Yeah, that's true. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, let's go do that.
I'll probably open it myself as well, just because I think it makes it a bit easier for me to track. Okay, so
yes,
we are in the standard library and we're in build/watch. I should mention I have no idea how this code works. I've never looked through it before.
Mm-hmm. And the line was 767.
Okay. Cool.
So yeah. So basically WOS KQFD is, hey Larimer, thank you for the cow. Is it Pi Day today? Oh no, yeah, it is Pi Day.
Oh yeah, it is. Okay.
Hey Amarkey, thank you for the $30 to the ZSF. Thank you very much. Let's see. Jacob Lee says, I believe the build system already dedupes listeners. Well, we'll see. We'll see what happens. Okay, so what is this function? We probably want to see what even is this function at all, don't we? So the function is wait.
Yeah. No, you scroll. You scroll way past.
Okay, yeah, update. Okay, yeah. You know what? I had go to function definition, but the new three-seater grammar that people have started putting into editors has navigation completely broken. That's another thing that's like ruining my day for a while. In any case, let's see.
Okay.
Update steps, step input table keys, step inputs table values.
So let's double check what step inputs is. That's
yeah. Step inputs collects the set of files that retrigger this step to run. By the way, I see that you're not using an LSP and you had to clack around a lot more than me to get there.
But I got to table before you even thought about doing it. So don't come at me with
What do you mean you
your
got to table?
go-to definition is fantastic.
Inputs table. Yeah, I mean, yeah, sure. Array hash map.
That was actually a terrible example. That when you press go to def on table, it took you to the definition of array list.
Yeah, it did. So collects the set of files that retrigger this step to run. This is used in the build system implementation of Watch, but it can also potentially be useful for IDEs to know what effects editing a particular file has. Populated within make. Okay, so inputs contains a table. It's basically a wrapper around the table then.
Yeah, a table is just a couple lines below.
Yeah. Okay, what does it provide over a naked array hash map unmanaged? It provides populated and clear. Okay.
One sec. I actually want to quickly understand what this is mapping first. So it's got a cache path as the key. Is that what the step? No, I'm unsure what that is. And also, what files?
It maps a path to.
Oh wait, a cache path is. I should know this. I was looking at the cache system literally like yesterday. I'm uncertain what those are. We may need to take a look at how this is constructed.
I think this is. I think so. Build cache.path contains a router and a subpath. I think what this is doing is basically saying that when you create a watcher, you will have one or more directories that you're watching, independent directories. So for example, in the case of Zine, you have assets, the assets folder, the content folder, you want to watch those two, layouts also, and they're like independent thingies. And then I think each one of those then maps to a bunch of files, which are inputs to
really
build
make
steps.
sense. I don't understand why the directory is relevant there. Why would you not just have a list of all of the overall file?
I think this is an artifact of how the watching API works, like the OS watching API, because I think that the way it works is that you basically register each dir that you're watching, and then whenever an event comes, it tells you. Maybe you even have a file descriptor. No, you don't have a file descriptor. You have some kind of descriptor per entry that you're watching, and then it tells you which subpath within there has changed.
Okay. We can see how this works because there are actually methods on step that set up that thing. So there's things like add directory watch input.
Yes.
Which is
keep in mind that you cannot give it it cannot just be, I think, a hard list of files, because sometimes you also have, let me think, like the concept of new files coming in, files going out. So yeah, in any case, the API it's dir based. Like the watching API is not file based, it's dir based.
Okay. D.dependency. Watch input from builder. Okay, this is just more about the cache system. So essentially, this is because there are multiple directories you might be relative to, and that cache.path thing is just how the build system kind of represents those. So you have a cache.path that represents the local cache, one that represents the global cache, one that represents this package directory, etc.
Yeah, but I think that's I agree that this is glue with how the rest of the build system works. but I think that if you even if you didn't have that distinction, you would still have a hash map with those things as keys, like some like the individual dirs that you decided to run to watch. That would
No,
be
because you're not watching everything inside that directory, and like the sub bit, the string bit can happily contain, and often will contain, directory components.
I mean, yes, I'm not sure I understand what you're saying then.
So the point is like, so we are mapping from a cache.path to like a bunch of file names, right? But the thing we're mapping to is not file names; it's like subpaths. Like they have directory components, and the key of that map is not like, that's a very small set, and it doesn't directly correlate to anything we're watching necessarily.
The key of that path.
The key of that path is for like a simple project where you're not using any like other packages in your build.zig.1. There are exactly three elements in the hash map.
Yeah, which will be routed, one in your source path, and I don't know, maybe something in the cache. I don't know.
Yeah, it would be source path, local cache, global cache, probably.
Right. Yeah. But you can also have custom ones. I believe that you can instruct the watch system to also watch other directories.
You can have it watch other. Add watch input from. Sorry, I'm not.
Yeah, I believe the DPI allows you to do this. But I guess my point is this. My point is that the Zig build system uses represents paths as relative to either the cache system, the folder, or CWD or something else, and that's just how these paths are represented in the build system.
Exactly.
Yeah, but then if you didn't have the system, you would have normal paths as keys, but you would still have that. I think that same system where you have a hash map with some paths there are keys, and then values there are values. Yeah, and then a bunch of values there are like subpaths rooted into their corresponding key.
I don't understand why you're saying you'd have that regardless.
Because I think that's how usually. You know what? Let's take a look at how the code works.
Yeah, sure. Let's actually, rather than bike shedding over the API design, now understand.
Okay, so I think update is okay. So shall we read update, or do you want to look at more setup stuff?
I think let's read update and see how far we get.
Okay, so we have
path and we have files, and path is sort of like the first component of our path, and then files are all things within it.
Here. Yes, well, keys and values. Yeah, path is the key, files is the value of the hash map of the input table. Yeah. So W, what's W? Watch the
W is the watch instance. Yes.
Okay, so I think so we're iterating over all our inputs, and we're trying to see if the path is present in their table, or rather, we're trying to get it from there. And if it's not existing, then we do some things to it.
There's actually one thing I would like to quickly check. Actually, is just how when exactly update is called. So I'm just going to take a quick look in the build runner. So we do run step names. I suppose I can make this smaller. No one is trying to look at it. Cool. Wait until the file system. Okay, yeah. So, broadly speaking, the way the API works is you first call update, and that just updates all the internal state after you've run a build, like after the build is completed. And this function we don't expect to block significantly. And then you call the wait method, which is what actually does the waiting for inputs.
Okay. Do we have wait in here?
Yeah. Wait's in there.
Okay, but that's not what.
So update is just sort of preparing everything, actually.
Okay, yeah, so update basically does the subscription and then sets up the subscription and then waits for new events from that subscription.
Sounds about right.
Okay, so what happens when you get a new event? Then let's see. Oh, sorry, I jumped to wait momentarily. So mark dirty steps. Okay, so you receive a notification and then then it's checking if any step is now in need of being rerun because any of its dependencies has changed. And then let's see, any dirty time spec buffer, and then while n equals event buffer.len, and then it does it more times. Why are we doing it like this?
Presumably because there might be multiple files that have changed, right?
Yeah, but why is this not a normal for loop? Why is there one that happens unconditionally?
Because the fact that k event has returned means that. Wait a sec, I'm trying to.
No, I think I get it. I think I get it. So basically, what this is doing is like it's doing one batch. Like we return. So we had there might be more than 100 events, but we only make space for 100. So we do a 100 of those at a time, and then if there's more, like if we filled our buffer, then we do another run.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense. And then this returns either dirty or clean. Okay. Okay, so we were looking at
update.
Yeah.
Make sure you're in the right one because there's
Yep, I'm in the right one. Okay, so we were saying there's a dirt table. Jigably has a ton of comments. Let's see.
It's a base name, not a subpass. First one has a timeout. The loop is just flashing without waiting. Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
That was just about update.
Yeah. Okay, so we're trying to find a directory inside their table.
Yep.
But we also expect to not find it.
So
I guess it's the table of open directories. Like it just keeps track of everything that's open.
Yeah, it's just a hash key is the directory to watch. Value is changed.
Hash map unmanaged.
The dot comment is slightly out of date because it claims there's a value and there's not. But yeah. It's basically just
it's a set. Yeah, it's a set of open directories. Okay. Yeah. Okay, so if it's not open, then I'm guessing what we're doing is we're opening it now. So yeah. What does the open at do? It's open. I guess it's open relative to something else.
Yeah. So you give it a FD corresponding to a directory.
I see. Yeah. Okay. Then there's skip open dir. Okay. You have to keep the directory open or else no events are triggered. Huh. I didn't know this. Interesting. Then this creates a key event. Let's see. Event filter, vnode, add, enable, clear, F flags, delete, write, rename, revoke. By the way, so I remember that the Linux one doesn't trigger when people are using VS Code to write files on Linux.
I thought that was Mac OS.
No, I don't think so. I might be wrong, but this is.
I'm 99% sure it's Mac OS, but I might be wrong. Yeah, Mac OS. I have the issue here.
You have the issue. Can you? I'm gonna show you your screen. Can you show it?
Oh yeah, sure. One sec. Let me split this out and move it to this screen. Watch does not work on macOS when saving from VS Code.
Oh, so it's macOS that has this problem.
Yeah. So it may well be related to. Oh wait, no. Actually, I think this is. I think this was figured out. One sec, but we don't know what to do.
Can you zoom in? Like you have a ton of space.
Yeah, sorry.
Give us some juice. More.
Really?
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank
you. There's a lot of words here. So yeah, I think it's to do with how VS Code is dealing with file I/O or something like that.
No events are fired from KQ for a write from Z. Okay, I have a question. Why are we even using K-event? Why are we not using the native macOS APIs for this?
What's the native macOS API?
Good question. I forget the name of that thing. Let me fetch it for you.
Because personally, I didn't know such a thing existed. That's all.
Core services. You can. It's called. It's a core services thing. So I don't know if you can see my screen, although people cannot see my screen. So okay, I'll tab out briefly. But it's that's what I'm using in Zine. Basically, I use CF string create. Well, a bunch of Objective-C bullshit, and then FS event stream create. And the nice thing about this is that it's also recursive. So like I don't have to construct a recursive tree of directories to listen to. I just say, look, this is the root directory. Please recurse. Thank you.
I mean, but we don't want that necessarily. We don't want to just recursively watch whole trees.
Not necessarily, but sometimes you do, right? Like for example, the source directory.
No, you don't want to recursively watch the source directory. That's not how that works.
No.
You so the way this works integrates with the compiler is the compiler tells the build system about all of the files which it read, essentially, all of the .zig files which end up being included in the compilation. You don't want to rerun your build if a random unrelated if a random
you're right.
file changed.
You're right. That's very different. Yeah, in Zine it's different because the existence of a file is enough, while in Zig that's never the case. True. Okay, well, in any case, that's the API that I use. There are probably reasons why not to use this, although I would be curious to know why. I'll tell you one. It's a blocking API. Maybe it can also be run non-blocking, but I'm running it in blocking mode, and I don't know what the non-blocking version would entail. In any case, it's not that bad because it depends on core services.h, and that's pretty much it.
I know nothing about macOS. I'm assuming that's a thing that you can very much be relied upon to have, or
I mean, it's an header file, so no definition found. Okay, it's a header file, so it shouldn't be too bad. Like it's also just one header file, so maybe you could even copy paste it at worst.
Because I mean, you should go without saying, but like it needs to always be there without a shadow of a doubt for it to be viable in the build system.
Oh no, yeah. I mean, you probably, I might be wrong, but it might even be something that if we don't bundle, then we might bundle in the compiler itself. If you wanted to. In any case, that API has been serving me well so far.
Okay. To be fair, the API surface area looks small. We could totally put the externals in the standard library if we needed. But
so okay, we're looking at a discussion there. So people were hypothesizing the reason for those problems. What did they conclude?
Let's finish reading through this. So no events are fired or right from Z. Writing a small program that does a simple write in the very standard way, none of them trigger an event. Editors such as Vim, NeoVim, and TextEdit all trigger an event. So at KQ monitoring that's set up for Zig's watch feature is only on directories, not individual source files. I.e., you can have 3 source files for a basic exe, but only source will be monitored. I couldn't find much on KQ documentation about how that's meant to handle writes on a child of the directory, but it does manage the atomic rights use the fact that this is going slightly over my head, but files writing directly to files do not trigger an event. Z, which I'm pretty confident does direct file write, doesn't trigger an event. NeoVim has code dedicated to atomic writes in their buff write. Some pointers, not interested. What system would not want to respond to writes, says Andrew. The file may be open for many writes before it's closed. In this case, what the watching system is interested in is when a file in a watch directory that was open for writing is closed. That makes sense, because you don't want to, if your editor tries to do, for instance, some kind of like atomic updates to or like minimal updates to the file, and so it just does a bunch of smaller writes, you don't want to accidentally kick off like builds 5 times. So FreeBSD has that. macOS appears to not have this feature. That's nice. Looks like the note.write there is actually doing nothing. In order to fix this, the K event would need to be created for every watch file individually, which might not be viable. Okay. This is interesting. Should we go on? Sorry.
I think that means that we're having, I think, a wrong discussion earlier, because we were saying that you don't want to retrigger a build for a random file that changes, which yes, it's correct, but still you're doing a watch on a directory, and maybe you don't want to watch the entire subtree because there might be a subdirectory that doesn't contain any file that you care about. Fair. But in a general sense, you are watching the dir, and then after you get a notification, you're filtering based on whether the notification is about a file that you care about or not. And what Andrew here is saying correctly is that in any case, you want to have a low number of watches and not like hyper atomic watching where you create a watch event for every single file. So in the end, that means that this other API is still pretty good. Again, maybe if you use it.
What was the name of this? Sorry, I was just going to ask what the name of this other API was again. I'm going to do some quick Googling.
FS event stream. Let's see.
FS event stream, did you say? Oh, wait.
Let me double check. FS event stream, yes.
Okay. And we're wondering about events or whatever.
Keep in mind that these are like mutually exclusive. If you're using that API, you're not using Kv.
I'm just looking for things which kind of discuss.
Oh, where people compare the two things. Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Because another reason why I think it's preferable to use the FS event stuff is because I believe that the KQ stuff is built on top of that. So basically, whatever semantics you're getting from KQ is emulated through that. Yeah, file system events from core services. Yep, that's what we're using.
Okay, that doesn't seem interesting.
You know who we should ask which one is better?
Who?
An LLM. Why not?
Oh. I mean, to be fair, that's I now have a AI overview on Google, so if you want to read that. FS Events is a macOS specific API, while KQ is a more general purpose kernel notification system. I don't care about this. Tell me about the differences. FS Events is macOS specific. FS Events is optimized for file system event monitoring. For directory level monitoring, FS Events is generally preferred. For monitoring individual files or a wider range of events, KQ is more flexible. can be more resource intensive than FS events, especially when monitoring large hierarchies. FS events can provide information about events that occurred even when the application wasn't
Oh,
actually.
yeah.
What?
Yes, yes, you can even do that. I remember. Yes.
That's horrifying. Why is that? How? What?
Because there's the way it works, I believe, is there's basically like some kind of log somewhere that logs events that happened, and so if you provide a there's a window. Obviously, it's not going to be there forever, the information, but if you provide when you sign up, you have to provide a timestamp. And if you provide a past timestamp, then you start getting events of things that happened between the past and now.
Okay.
Which, to be honest, it's not a bad feature, maybe, if it works well.
Okay, so Apple's documentation is suggesting that file system events may indeed be the better thing to use here.
Mm-hmm.
So I wonder whether it's even worth trying to fix the bug versus taking a look at what that alternate API would, using that other API would entail.
I guess the question is, did anybody consider these as an option?
I don't know.
Because Andrew did do some work to select the API. Like for Linux, he didn't go with iNotify, right? He went with something else. Wait, iNotify? I don't remember. What's the name of the Linux API for this stuff?
I don't remember. I never remember the names of these APIs.
I think it's iNotify. I might be wrong, but in any case, that's the standard one that people use. That's the one that I use in Zine. And then Andrew didn't choose that one. He chose another one. Let's see. Linux Watcher. What do I have in here? Yeah, I'm using iNotify. And he's using another one. He's using A-Notify, I think. FA-Notify, right. So he went for something different. So he put some effort into researching which API to use. Although maybe he put that effort in Linux and not macOS. Fan Notify. Is FS Events a Objective-C API? It is, yes. But the fact that it's an Objective-C API...
I suppose... Okay, so I suppose one thing to point out, which is kind of mentioned here, is that even if we do change how it works on macOS, we still want a KQ implementation because it covers all the other BSDs as well.
Yes. That's for sure. And to be honest, we don't know if it crashes on all the other ones. Like, maybe it just works out fine.
I mean, if it's crashing, ultimately that almost certainly means we're doing something wrong. So I think we should... I think this FS events thing is an interesting thing to think about in the future, but probably for now, we should just try and figure out what's going on with KQ because we need that code to work.
Yeah, that makes sense. So what's why is FA Notify better than iNotify? What does it do better that made Andrew choose it? If anybody knows.
I mean, do you want to ask an LLM?
Yeah, you're right. What am I doing? Of course I should.
Google doesn't even give me an AI answer at this point. It's just stumped. It just gives me a Hacker News link.
iNotify is slow, inefficient, and error-prone for recursively watching file systems. Yes. FA Notify is not an alternative because it cannot monitor file deletion or renames, and it requires root permission. What?
This seems inaccurate.
Wrong? People being wrong on Hacker News? That's a heavy accusation.
Because I'm pretty sure I can run Zig build watch without sudo.
Detective mlugg. That's a pretty big accusation. You need evidence first before you can barge into the hacker news.
Oh, you want evidence? The evidence is as follows. I'm going to go into a directory and I'm going to do, wait for it, zig build watch. And notice how I'm not running it as root. I'm logging as mlugg, not root.
So FA notify does recursion. Oh, so Andrew used that one to get recursion for free. I see. Yes, that's I see. So I remember. Okay, you know what? That was me being a dum-dum. So when I was writing the Watcher stuff for Zine, I was complaining that Linux didn't have any like built-in recursion support in the kernel, while macOS and Windows did both. So maybe I should have just looked for a better API than iNotify.
Should we? Because it sounds like the KQ API is, or the KQ implementation of this is going to be working around issues in KQ. So I wonder if it would be worth looking at the Linux implementation first so we can get a model for how this is supposed to work.
Sorry, can you repeat which implementation do you want to look at?
So I'm saying it looks like from what Andrew was saying in this issue, the one about watch not working when saving from VS Code, it sounds like the optimal KQ implementation is going to be like we're having to work around limitations of KQ. There was a feature that Andrew said was missing a little down here. So I'm wondering if it might make sense to first read through the Linux logic to make sure we have a fuller understanding of how this is meant to work.
That's the problem with that, is that K-event and EPOL are not the same. They are subtly different in the most annoying ways. And if you base your understanding on EPOL, you will be tricked into thinking wrong things. So I guess maybe there's something to gain there.
I'm not saying figure out how to use the API or how to write the code. I'm just saying so we understand what build.watch is meant to be doing exactly.
I see, like more in general.
Yeah.
I mean, this API should also be relatively safe. So basically, you know what? Let's finish reading these lines. There's not even that many remaining, I think.
Sure. Let me.
You know what? Let's finish. Yeah, let's finish the issue and then let's finish the code. So, okay. So Andrew doesn't want to listen for write.
We don't want to respond to writes. We watch the directory and we want to see when a file is close to writing. And oh, I see. So the different BSDs have different features for KQ. Okay.
Yes, because as I told you, this one on macOS, it's implemented on top of FS Stream, so they probably did not a good job at making sure that everything was available.
Interesting. Okay, wait. Yeah. I'm assuming there's some documentation for this. Mac OS X Developer Tools Manual page. That sounds about right.
Also, here's another thing. Let me think. No, actually, never mind. But I have VS Code, so in theory, we could also test how this stuff behaves with VS Code if we wanted to.
Okay, so I'm just taking a quick little look through the usage here and seeing these note constants. So notes, just checking my understanding, note is just like the thing we're monitoring, essentially. So it's kind of the events we can listen for, it seems.
Yes. So you have, I think you have three main fields that you care about. One is filter, then flags, and then F flags.
Okay.
Yeah, and vnode, basically filter, which is vnode, which is the F flags that you're reading for. So vnode means I'm interested in events on the file system stuff. I'm sure that you can get more precise than this, but it's kind of the baseline. Then you have flags. Flags are about state management of your filter, like of your subscription, basically. So it says you can even create subscriptions that you don't activate right away. So you I don't know, send them, but they are disabled, and then you enable them afterwards. I don't know why, but you can do that. And then F flags is filter flags, which is what you're looking at, and that's for the details of how you want to do the filtering. So on TCP, those would be, is this thing ready to read? Is this thing ready to write? That kind of stuff.
Yeah. Okay, so the thing is, this maybe reopens the question of using the other API in macOS, because if it turns out that on BSDs you can do a better implementation because they support more
stuff,
event things, then it might be reasonable to say on BSDs you use a K-event implementation based on this thing.
Yep.
On macOS you use that other API.
Yes.
So maybe that'd be a better way to go.
But the crash that we're getting is that calling sometimes this causes a crash. Where
that's true. Yeah.
The crash.
Like this code definitely has a bug somewhere.
Yeah.
As in like a crashing bug, not just a nice easy bug.
I mean, crashing is not, there's worse bugs out there. I'll take crashing over some of the other ones. Also, it's not this line though.
It's the second K event call, which is down here.
Where is it hidden? Oh, okay, so this part is fine. So, okay, because I was saying, wait, how is this subscription failing? This shouldn't fail. This is so straightforward. Okay, so that part succeeds.
Let me quickly, sorry, because I never finished reading the first part of this code. I'm just going to take a look. I just realized that my screen's up, so I've just completely butchered the viewing experience.
Yeah, no, it's okay. It's okay. We were watching your browser stuff. I'm going to toggle you off. So I'm going to show my code here. Okay, sure. So this first subscription is fine.
So just checking, I just want to go through and make sure, because I am very new to this API.
Yeah.
So we're making a K event thing, which has ident as the file descriptor. That's fine. Filter is vnode. I think we were talking about that a second ago. Flags is add, enable, clear. What does that do exactly?
So as I told you, flags is state management for the subscription itself. So you could say, I want to add or I want to remove the subscription. In this case, we're adding a new one. So you imagine that your unique key, like your hash map, imagine that iOS has a hash map of these things. The key is the file descriptor.
Yeah, I understand that bit. Basically, the thing I'm confused about is what's clear doing.
Clear is, I believe that if you have a level triggered notification, it arms it. So
okay, yes. That makes sense. Okay. Cool.
Yeah.
And then we're looking for delete or write or rename or revoke on the directory.
I have no idea what revoke is.
Nor do I, but that's not my problem right now.
You had it open though. Let's see. Event man. Access to the file has been revoked. Or the underlying file system was unmounted. Revoke file access. Oh, it invalidates file descriptors. Oh, it's like, it's basically a syscall to hardcore yank file descriptors from open processes.
Okay, so we were up here and okay, so we call K event there, and kind of registers the thing, and then we append an entry to handles. So handles has indices corresponding with the array hash map. And that's a multi-array list of, we have the directory FD, we have the a ref count, the number of files being watched by this directory handle. Okay. And we have a reaction set. What's a reaction set? It's a string array hash map unmanaged of step sets. So mapping, and a step set goes from a step to a generation. So we're mapping from the file subpath within this watch directory to a map from steps to, I'm not entirely sure the generation they were last updated, something like that. But okay, I have a vague idea of what the data structures here look like. So let's skip down to the remove bit, which is where we're actually breaking.
Yes.
So we are iterating all of the handles.
Yeah, and for each so handles are then. I'm curious, why is handles something that you append to with a file descriptor and a reference count? How is that different from the dir table, for example?
The indices correspond with the dir table.
Oh, okay.
It's basically like a value for the dir table. It's just stored separately.
Okay. So, so we're looking at the reaction set.
Yep. So step sets.
We are looking at reaction sets for each handle.
Mm-hmm. And we're looking at, okay, so the step set. Yep, so step set is the set of steps which depend on this. Oh god, sorry, my brain is.
It's a set of steps that depend on files that are under the subscription.
Yes. Yes, so the obviously the outermost loop is just iterating over the handles, then the loop inside that is iterating over all of the different so like an entry in the reaction set maps from a subpath within this directory to all of these steps that
depend on that,
which is the step set.
And then I'm guessing it's going to look even more granular stuff. Generations. There and step set dot entries.
Because step set is itself a hash map, but the keys are the steps and the values are probably generations. I'm not sure exactly what that means in this context.
Okay, in any case, it does swap remove. Whoa. It does swap remove at multiple levels.
Yeah, so I think the idea here is it's essentially trying to garbage collect things from the step set and the reaction set.
Yeah.
So if the...
Why would you garbage collect stuff from the step set?
Because you rerun the step and it no longer depends on this thing.
On certain things, right. So, right. So the idea is
Because remember, this is update, so this is being called just after we've done a
run of the build script, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes, so basically something changed and that could have caused the build script to say, yeah, you know what, now this invocation, this step now depends on completely different files, maybe because they're different files in the cache, or maybe because of some other logic even. So, okay, so it basically collects stuff that isn't valid anymore. Okay, that does swap remove on it.
So we're doing this by checking generations. So presumably, presumably what's going on there is that when, like if we still depend on it, then the generation value will have been updated. So it's kind of the last generation in which this step depended on this path. Okay.
That makes sense. Yes.
So if we didn't depend on it this latest generation, then we can do the swap remove app.
Yeah. That makes sense.
And then we say if the step set has ended up having no remaining entries, then we can also remove the corresponding reaction set.
Okay, so
that makes sense to me. I don't have any problem with this initial loop.
Yeah. Ref count pointer looks now at ref counts for, oh, we're still looping inside handles. So it's looking at ref counting for the handle itself. And it's reducing it by 1.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
So how do we... Okay, so the ref count is in the loop, in our initial loop, further up. We kind of glossed over this.
Yes.
Like, yeah, so we increment it whenever... So what's this iterating over? This is iterating over every step and then every input. So yeah, the ref count is literally the number of like times this appears as the input to a step.
Yeah. Also, we get down here only if reaction set.entries is 0. So if nothing wants to react to changes to this directory anymore.
Oh yes, I see. Sorry, I got mixed up. Yeah.
Yeah. So if we don't want to react to changes to this directory anymore, to this handle anymore, then we continue. We decrease reference count. We don't put it to, we still need to do reference counting because there might be something else that still relies on this stuff, I guess.
Why would that? I'm a little confused by this ref counting code now.
True, because what we were saying is that it's supposed to contain all steps depend on it, right? So if that goes to 0, then who is depending on these? How?
Yeah, I understand that, but I don't understand the decrementing logic, because as far as I can tell, it should have been decremented in the nested loop above, really, because each of those things that we deleted was a reference.
Each of those things that we deleted was a reference.
Like what we've done here is...
You mean was a dependency arc in that sense?
So say, for instance, the handle that we're currently iterating over is like one of the cache directories.
Yes.
What we've done in the initial nested loop here is we've looked through every single thing that depends on something in that cache directory. And if it no longer depends on it, we've deleted it. And every single one of those things has a reference, surely. But then after that whole process, where we may have deleted 1,000 references, we're just decrementing the ref count by 1.
I think that reference counting is counting some other type of reference. I think that those are not counted as references because they are, how can I say, they are inside the handle, like they belong to the handle to some degree. So I think
no, you can see the logic for incrementing it just above. We have 100% incremented it for every single reference for like every single time that occurs in...
Sorry, when you say above, you mean line 679?
Yeah, 679.
Let me see.
So this iteration is over...
No, we're not in... Wait.
We're not in the GOP found existing case. We're in the else of it.
Yeah, but we don't create a new one.
We don't create a new one, but we increment the ref count on this.
Yes, but one sec. Let me think. You're saying that this happens multiple times. I see this. This is in a for loop. Oh, it's 4 steps.
4 steps and 4 step inputs. So what we're going to see, the number of times we're going to do this increment, ignoring the like initial not found existing case, the number of times we will increment is the number of times we see any step input, which is somewhere inside of this cache directory.
True, but I think also at the same time, those are unique inputs, right? Sorry, the step inputs table keys, those are unique. So this might happen at most step times, like step.len times.
Sure, but in the loop below, it's going to happen once ever because it's only happening in our loop with the handle.
I think the answer is that this is a different type of reference counting, though. I think that the.
What do you mean it's different type of reference count? It's the same variable. We've just seen how it's incremented.
What I'm saying is that when you add a new directory, you create one reaction set for it up here, and then every time you do that, you increase the counter by 1. Mm-hmm. I don't think that the counter by 1 at line 679 happens once per item in the reaction set.
Yeah, it does.
Where do you see this? Because I see that happening whenever the directory is created anew, but we don't see the code.
It's you do ref count equals 1 in the case there, and then in the else case where it already existed, you increment it.
Sure, but this is not happening per item in reaction set. But you're saying because you're saying the reaction set. Wait, you're saying the reaction set contains steps.
So say that we have like 2 steps. So we have 2 steps, and they both depend on some file
on a directory cache. Yeah.
Yeah, in your local
on a cache directory. Yes.
Then we'll call update, and maybe the first call we hit the like not found existing case.
Yeah, the first one creates
so we add it with ref count 1.
Yes.
And then when iterating the second step, we see another input in that same thing in the nested loop. And then we end up in the else case, we increment the ref count.
Yes. So 2 steps means 2 ref counts. Okay.
Yeah. And then down here,
that makes sense.
Yeah. And then let's say this function finishes and we end up with a ref count of 2. And then at some point we call it again. And the those references, those dependencies are now gone. So what we expect is the loop below to delete everything. So the initial, like the nested loop up here, does end up deleting all of the reaction sets. So the dir table sort of like it still contains its entries, but they don't have any actual dependencies in there.
Okay. What then even is the point of having reference counting? Because if the entire set of things that can depend on you exist in your reaction set, then why have reference counting in the first place? It's the length of entries in the reaction set that gives you that info.
Right, that's a really good point. And interestingly, it's that variable isn't touched in any other function. It is only here.
Okay.
I'm a little confused by the existence of ref count then.
That is interesting.
That seems like it might be some kind of bug. Should we quickly read on in this loop below to see what happens in the case where the ref count reaches 0?
Yes, let's continue.
Okay.
Yes.
So we do weird stuff with the ref count, and I don't understand this, but if it reaches 0, then we're carrying on.
Yeah. If the subpath is an empty string, then this patch has already the directory fd that we need to use as the identifier to remove the event. If it was opened above with openat, then we need to access the data via the dir fd field.
Yeah, so this is a distinction between the directory being the root of the like cache directory, for instance, versus it being something nested. If it's the root, we already had the FD. So up on line like 656 kind of thing.
Yeah.
You remember skip opened you saw earlier.
But So I think that this is another very sus part of it, because you have created individual subscriptions per subdirectory. Why are you going back to the root one? What is the point of doing that?
What do you mean going back to the root one?
Well, I guess we should read on, but if at some point we're gonna try to unsubscribe our watching of this subdirectory, then why are we grabbing the file descriptor of? Why are we not using the file descriptor of this directory? Why are we going up?
We are, but we might not be watching a subdirectory. We might be watching the cache directory itself, the root of it. That's the case that we're handling, because if we wanted to watch a file in the root of the cache directory, then because we're not watching individual files, we instead watch the cache directory itself, the root, and that file descriptor we already had open. We didn't open it again, so we shouldn't close it now, because that file descriptor is already held by other parts of the build system.
I'm not sure
If you just scroll up to line 655.
655. Okay.
It's the skip open. So it's this logic here. We're saying we're looking at the directory that we're trying to open.
Skip open there.
Yeah. So we're saying if the subpath has length 0, so rather than being interested in, for example, like zigcache/o/o, we're just interested in zigcache, then we don't need to open at, because we already have this directory handle, because it's the thing we were already going to open relative to. We have that directory handle just as a property of how the build system works, or the cache system, I should say.
Okay. Yes, that makes sense.
Yeah. And so all of the logic Blue was doing was kind of the analogous case. It's making sure to not close the file descriptor if it's not one that we've opened up here. Or something like that. Wait, maybe I was wrong.
No, it's kind of doing the inverse. That's why I find it sus. What it's saying is that
path sublim is 0, then path root dir handle. That makes sense.
No, because the part that I'm not convinced about is that the comment says that we're trying to get we're trying to get a file descriptor to use as the key to remove the listen event, but it's saying if path is 0, then we want to remove the. If path is empty.
If the path is empty, then the thing we've watched is the root directory, which we've not put in dirfd. We've actually set dirfd to -1 in the loop above.
You know what? Let's continue. Let's see what happens next. I'm still not convinced, but
I'm confident in the correctness of that personally.
The change list also, the change list also needs to update the uData field of the last event, since we are doing a swap remove. And we restore the zero table index in the uData field.
That means nothing to me.
Yeah. So we take the last path in dir table, last dir fd using the same logic, and then we get the last directory fd. And then our changes are gonna be. And I think this is the core where this stuff goes out of whack.
Yeah, let's take a look at the changes.
Yeah. So we delete a listener for their FD. And then we add an event for last their FD.
Oh, what? Okay, what is last dir fd? Let me try and understand what this is even doing. The change list also needs to. Okay, we get last.
Okay, path. I know what uData field. Okay, uData is a piece of information that you send to kEvent and that you receive back whenever an event triggers. So it's the piece of information that basically tells you, your local information about what this event is even about.
Okay.
So in this case, data that we're sending is, I totally get it. Okay, so we're doing a swap remove. The swap remove is changing the idea of
sorry,
the other
makes
one,
perfect
right?
sense to me, yeah, because
Yes.
the UData we set as the index in the set,
Yes.
and now that we're deleting a thing, that index is going to
So,
change. Yes, okay.
So the first change deletes the directory they don't want to watch anymore, and the second one updates the filter for the directory that now we swapped somewhere else.
Yep, okay. So, okay, to recap these two events then, the first one is the directory that we're actually closing now. We do delete. And then the other one is the one that we're swap removing into its place. We're updating the stored index to be where it's going to be swapped to. That's okay. That seems fair.
Yeah. I'm still a bit weirded out by the fact that I'm not sure how race conditions could interact with this, but okay. At least it makes sense in general. Okay, the part that I'm not convinced about is the DRFD though.
I'm absolutely convinced about DRFD, and I kind of don't understand what trouble you're having with this.
Maybe I'm missing something about it. Okay, so then filter changes.
Sorry, that sounded really dismissive. I'm just like, I don't quite understand.
Yeah, let's finish this and then I'll circle back. So filter changes is if I was the last item.
Well, I think that's our problem, right? If I is the last item, then clearly this K event thing seems bad, doesn't it? Because last DRFD is going to be the same as DRFD, and that really seems bad.
Yeah. But
I feel like it's probably a bad thing to call K event with delete and add on the same FD.
And that's why this is slicing changes.
Oh, right. Sorry. Yes, yeah. I see. It's doing check. Okay. I see.
Yeah. So it's basically saying, we only need to delete. There's nothing to update.
Yeah. Sorry. My bad. I was reading this code weirdly. Okay, that's fine then.
Yeah. So that calls then K event with that. And then it closes their FD if subpath len equals 0. Is different than 0.
It is not 0, because if it is 0, then remember it's the file descriptor.
Yeah, you don't want to close a.
We don't want to close that. We don't own that file descriptor. And yeah, then we do 2 swap removes. There's one minor bug I see here, which is at the bottom of this loop should decrement I, because we've shifted something earlier, so we need to consider that one. But that wouldn't manifest as a race condition. That would just manifest as something not being cleaned up.
Yeah, wait, wait,
it shouldn't decrement I, because this loop doesn't have a post increment.
Yeah, it doesn't. Where do we even change I? Oh, here.
We're doing it whenever we continue. Wait a minute, why is it? Oh, this is okay. You know the weird ref count logic? Notice how that's doing a continue and isn't decrementing I.
Yeah.
So I think that.
It's because it's because we're only incrementing I in only on line 716.
Yeah, but we're not doing it on 723, which means that we're still kind of going to the ref count still kind of going to sort of work, because what's going to happen is we're going to hit this greater than 0 case. We're going to continue. And because we've just emptied the reaction set, trivially, we can know that we're just going to keep decrementing and looping through this outer loop until it hits 0. So this code, despite being, I think, definitely not doing what it was meant to be doing, is actually doing what it was meant to be doing, just in a very roundabout way.
Yeah. What a weird thing. Okay. So
I'd like to delete this ref count field. I think it's wrong. I think the ref count field just shouldn't be there, and it's just if we get to this point, then we know that the reaction's empty, and so we should delete this directory.
yeah.
Do you agree that makes sense?
The ref count pointer, the ref count field is useless. It seems so to me as well. Yes.
Yeah, and specifically, if we get past this initial nested loop, then that means that the reaction set is empty.
Yes, and we're just doing a big, just a complicated decrement. We're just wasting cycles.
It's just a complicated decrement to 0. So I'm just gonna, in my local copy, I'm just deleting this field because I'm throwing strings together. Okay, this doesn't bring us any closer to solve the problem of what the problem is.
Yeah. So far, the only thing that to me seems suspect, which does not seem suspect to you, is the FD. To be fair, the fact that we are getting a bad F from kevent, it seems to, honestly, the most likely thing is that there's a wonky file descriptor that we're passing around. So maybe my understanding is wrong, but given that everything else seems,
we can totally take a look at this.
Yeah. Given that everything else seems fairly reasonable, then the RFD is the only sus thing. Let me take a quick bathroom break. Then here's what I would suggest. Maybe, maybe let's remove ref counting because it seems, it shouldn't be there.
Locally, it was like a couple of lines. It was very simple.
Yeah, we delete that, and then one thing that I could do is add a print to print the file descriptor.
Okay.
And then maybe we can see if we can trigger a crash. Okay, I'll be right back.
Sure. I'll entertain the stream while you're gone. Jacob says the mystery deepens, but how long ago was that? Oh, that was now. Okay. Because I've not been looking at chat. Error defer polix.close. That seems reasonable. Oh, right, you guys can't see my screen, so you'll just be stuck with me saying mysterious things that don't correspond to anything you're seeing. Have fun with that. KQFD. How much line is that? I'm assuming weight doesn't really do anything much here. The weight is weird, and so I need to do some looking around, to just understand the usage of K event. Oh wait, is that? Yeah, okay, K event. Sorry about that. Oh, right, obviously it's a Zig API, so that's going to be taking a slice. That makes sense. And so that's just what's being populated. Jacob says, I'd be curious about duplicating the root FD instead of reusing it, because bad FD using means a race between closing and using an FD. That does make sense. I wonder why that would be enclosed. Let me take a closer look at where we get that from. So it's path root dir handle FD.
Okay, I'm warming up some tea.
Okay. Jacob has raised an interesting point, which is that you may have been on the right lines with the FD thing, in that while I think the logic for picking the FD is correct, there's a chance that the lifetimes here are different to what I think. Perhaps the FD that we're getting in the len equals 0 case is being closed at some point, which would explain bad F. So perhaps we should duplicate that FD in that case, so that we own that file descriptor then.
Because it could have been closed in...
It could have been closed by other code, because we've received that handle externally. I don't think it should be, but I might have been misunderstanding how... Because build cache directory, these really should persist. Build...
Okay, I'm coming.
I'm imagining it getting closed and reopened somewhere, possibly. I'm trying to figure out where cache directories are even made at this point, to be honest.
Okay, I'm back.
Hello.
So the idea is that somebody could have closed that FD. Right. Where does the FD come from?
So it's from a path which is
from
a build cache directory.
From entries inside step inputs.
Yes, that's correct, but I'm just figuring out if we can figure out where...
Okay, I'm gonna try to see if I can... I'm gonna just put a print there and see what it says. Maybe. And then I'm gonna also print path subpath.
Right, so let's take a look at add watch input, I suppose. So if we have something like add watch input from builder, it does build routes. I mean, that shouldn't ever be invalidated, but... Yeah. So yeah, I do definitely want to try out Jacob's thing, and see whether just like doing a straight up dup on that file descriptor fixes the issue. Because actually, if the Windows code is doing it, then that might be good reason to assume that it's necessary.
Okay, let me see if I can repro a failure.
Yes, I'm just quickly working on the diff here, so then you should be able to figure it out.
Can I donate to get mlugg some wall art?
I've just moved here. I've just moved to this house. Like, also, this isn't my bedroom. Actually, I know there's a bed there. That's a spare bed.
Man, I don't know how to trick this thing into... I'm gonna add more commands. No, I can't, because then I need to do... I'm gonna change strings. I don't know. It's just that changing strings doesn't seem to really do it. Oh, that might be a hint. We need.
What was it you said? Sorry, I didn't quite catch it.
So I was saying that that minor changes don't really trigger a crash. So like changing strings doesn't really cause anything to fail. It seems. But then maybe that's a hint. Yes, we need to change imports in order to change dependency sets.
That makes sense.
Yeah. Well, you know what? Let's take a look at context. How's context in here?
Here's the thing, though. It seems like to trigger this, you would actually need to remove all dependencies on a handle, right? So on like a cache directory or a package directory.
Yeah, but it's where I don't know how. Because the thing is, this was happening well with normal development, not even doing anything crazy previously. Just create an easy even package. Let me try this. What about if I do zig build test watch? Oh,
you could try having like something. Actually, no, ignore me. Anything CWD relative? No.
oh no, I have to go inside, I guess. No.
Do you have any idea what you have been doing before when you've reproed this?
I was editing source code and causing compile errors.
Okay. Were you doing anything weird to do with dependencies, like packages that you depend on?
Not at all. Just normal.
Interesting.
Oh, we got it.
Oh, you triggered it?
Yes. Just causing a compile error. I added a field that doesn't exist in STD options.
Interesting. Okay. Are you able to consistently repro it by doing that?
I guess we're going to check now, but yeah, so there we go. FD30 subpath.
Well, you can ignore that first one. Presumably that just succeeded, right?
Yes.
And
then this other one failed. FD34.
Okay.
Mm.
So wait, what are you printing? What is it you're printing where, sorry?
I'm printing the file descriptor that we're closing and the subpath that corresponds to it, unless it's equals 0, then it's the root one. But in this case, it's not an empty string. So basically, maybe this makes sense. Maybe the point is that there's a compile error that causes some try to trigger, and some defer closes the file descriptor early.
Yeah, because what's interesting is like that doesn't seem like a where. Okay, so firstly, can you see whether you're able to consistently trigger this?
Yes, I can try again.
Because if we have a consistent repro, then that makes this probably a lot easier to figure out.
True. Okay.
So presumably you'll need to undo the change first and then be watching from that.
So now we're happy. Now we're unhappy. Compiler error triggers it reliably. Yeah.
That's good. Okay. Could you, where you're printing stuff, could you, one sec, I'll let you get to that code. Okay. Could you also print, so we're on line there. Could you print handles.items.drfdi as well? Sorry, so items is a method,
right.
it's a multi-array list. .drfd index I. That's just another file descriptor. Just because this is going to confirm whether we're in the weird case where we're like reusing a file descriptor from elsewhere. Okay, yeah, it has to rebuild build script. That makes sense.
Sorry, I don't think I even need tests at this point. I think I can do the build watch, and that should be enough. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so FD is 36. So yeah, we're not in the case where like we're using a file descriptor from elsewhere. It's actually one of our like the ones that we own, which is being closed.
Yes, which is also something that we know because the path is not empty, right?
Yeah, I was like, I knew from the path being empty that it should have been the case, but I wanted to confirm my understanding.
Understood. Okay, so it's one that we open ourselves, and now it's bad. How? KQFD? Yeah, let's go.
Yes, that's actually a good point, Jacob.
Also, wait, let me remove the banana stuff. Okay, I did already. Cool. KFD is fine.
Yeah, it's the same as it was in the previous iteration. The previous one worked fine, so...
Yeah. Okay, so the file descriptor is bad when a compiler error happens. Can we run diagnostics on a file descriptor? Like ask if it's... Oh, you know what we can do? Wait. No, we can't. I was about to say, we can strace and then see if we're closing the file descriptor.
That's what I was going to say. Why can't we strace? Is it Mac OS?
Yes. No. So, okay, to be able to do that, I would need to reboot my computer.
That's fantastic. That's amazing. That's so cool.
I would say if we can't do anything else, then I can reboot it, and then we can do that.
But let's see if we can figure it out separately first,
yes,
without you having to reboot.
Well, we can do what is it? dir.close. Check this out. That's look at this poor man's
Oh, I
poor
see.
man's strace.
We don't want to put it there because it's not a dir we have. We're using POSIX APIs directly.
Oh.
So you want to go into POSIX.close.
Okay, one level deeper. Man, you know, this is a level of introspection that you just can't have on macOS normally.
I will note there is a bug that I do see an update, but it's not what you're hitting because it's just on a noom condition. Actually, no, it's not just on a noom condition. It would also happen if k event errored, but doubt it's what we're hitting still, because that would have errored at some point higher. Closing FD36.
This is being printed a lot of times.
It is. Why are we? That's bizarre.
But we're definitely. This is definitely a race condition. Like, so there's a thread that's trying to close their FD. There's a bunch of threads that are trying to close their FD and pooping themselves.
Yeah.
I guess.
That's a little weird. Because there shouldn't even really be other threads doing stuff right now. Like, we finished evaluating steps.
There's also another thing. Wait a second. FD36 works, and then we start closing it. And then it's FD37.
Which is the one that breaks.
The one that breaks. And we're not closing 37. And we...
Possibly 37's already been closed by something? Or no? No, clearly not.
Oh, wait. Maybe we actually don't know. There's a 37 in here.
There's also a 36 in there, though.
What is going on here? Get P'd on each close, yeah. What gives me get P'd? Is it STD process? No. Thread? How does it work? Where do I get?
I have no idea, so I'm going to wait for Jacob to tell you the answer.
I don't remember where you get P'd. Get current ID.
There's a really silly bug in the build runner, which is never going to be hit because the build runner is always built in debug mode. I won't tell you because it'll distract you.
Is the runner always going to be built in debug mode?
Yes, 100%.
Oh, right, because it links against your stuff. Yes, right.
Yeah. It's also not related to this issue. It's just a separate bug I've noticed.
Oh, wait, I fucked up the print.
Oh, right, you got them backwards.
Okay, that really does not help a lot because it prints a bunch of stuff, but... Well, in any case... Wait, that may not be useful at all. Is this like a thread local thing? If it's a thread local thing, then it doesn't work. Thread get current ID. Okay. Okay, so this time is 36 that caused trouble, and everybody else is trying to close 35. Let's scroll up. 36 was closed at some point.
But so was 35. I think that initial block is probably a red herring.
Let's see. So definitely one thread. You can see it's the same ID that panics. Is it the same ID that panics?
Yeah, same
Oh
thread
yeah,
ID.
same. Oh yeah, it's this guy. Wait, how is this? How is this happening? Why is panic closing directories to close?
Yeah, so that's the next question, I think, because
What is going on?
that doesn't make any sense. It's overkill, but maybe just dump a current stack trace when we close. That's going to look really confusing when mixed in with the panic trace, but because you just closed that FD, so debug code is... Oh, of course, okay. That does make sense.
Debug code is reusing it.
Because we closed it, so now the kernel is free to give it back when you open different files.
Oh, I see.
So that's unrelated to our code. Essentially, after that FD's been closed initially...
So other stuff gets open and closed.
Yeah.
Okay.
So actually, we're not seeing anything weird so far with these logs.
True. I guess I should also log when 36 gets opened last.
Yeah.
I guess we want to see. Let me think for a moment. I think we want to see when we open 36 in our code, and then we don't want to see any 36 getting closed between when we create it and until we reach here. So print time. Okay, so here we're doing open at, and that gives us a dir fd.
Probably only do this if not skip open dir.
Sure. Jacob Lee also wants path. Let's give him path. Okay, let's see. Still third. Okay, so this time it's 35. The one that was problematic. Okay, so we have, I think we will have to scroll a bunch. 300. 35. There you go. That's threes. There better not be any 35 afterwards that gets closed then. So we open there a bunch. Keep opening, keep opening, keep opening. No 35 getting closed. Then compile error.
No 35 being closed.
No 35 being closed. Wait, am I missing anything? No, I'm not missing anything. I mean, it makes sense, right? This code happens. I mean, there might be some other thread maybe in the meantime. I don't know, that printed earlier, but no, it's I don't know.
I hate to break it to you, but I suspect we may need to reboot so we can trace.
God, damn it.
I genuinely can't see anything else at this point.
Yeah.
I think we need to know what's happening to this file descriptor.
Okay, sounds good. Should I take out all this printing? I should probably.
Yeah, yeah, that bit probably should go. Probably helpful to keep the bit in the bit later. I think that'd be helpful to keep probably.
Yeah, I'm gonna remove also the closing there one.
Yeah, agreed.
Okay, then I guess I will reboot.
So the stream's ending for a couple minutes. We'll be back soon. Technical difficulty.
No, don't worry. The stream is gonna stay here.
Okay.
I will stay here. You will stay here.
Oh, do you have a separate setup here? Or
yep, that's the power of having two things. Oh,
wait. What have you done? What did you do?
Can you? Okay, I was just about to say, wait, what the fuck is my VM doing? But it's saving the machine state. It's just slow at showing it. Okay.
Nice.
Okay, so let me.
I didn't realize you ran this stuff in a VM. That makes this easier.
I'm running Linux in a VM, but I'm running macOS on just a different computer. Yes.
Oh, okay.
So we're waiting for this to be done.
Yeah. That makes sense.
So you might be wondering, why do I need to reboot? And you might be thinking, because you need to reboot in some safe mode to disable some security feature. And you would be wrong, because you have to do that. You have to do that, but only once. The reason why I'm rebooting is because apparently having your computer go to sleep re-enables some of those restrictions, but only a subset of them, which causes, when you call strace, well, the macOS equivalent of strace, what happens is that it deadlocks the entire system, because because the part where it would like check if it can do certain things or not would succeed, would fail. Basically, those checks that normally tell you don't have those permissions, you need to disable those security features, that part doesn't work. And so, you don't hit that, so you get past that, and then you start using some other API that deadlocks your entire system.
That seems really nice and pleasant.
Yeah,
and just a very well-designed operating system all around.
It's very cool stuff.
Yeah.
Okay, we're getting back. So work is up. I'm gonna make it super big, I guess. With this. Then, also didn't notice the board needs to be smaller.
I was gonna say, you can't see it under me.
There we go. So we were editing Watcher. We were inside the zine directory trying to run zine, trying to do z build as watch. And then we wanted to dtrust. Okay, let's see if dtrust runs and doesn't deadlock my machine. Also, we wanted to run this, and here the editor. We have main function where we have a compile error. Then we want to enable and disable.
Okay.
Please don't deadlock my system. Okay.
Nice.
Okay, I think we need to. The reboot requirement was Linux or VM related. Neither. It was macOS related. You cannot use dtrust if you don't reboot. If your computer goes to sleep and you try to use dtrust, your system dies.
I think you'll want to push the output into the output into a file because there's going to be a lot of it.
Yeah, I think the problem is that we're not gonna know. Or I guess I can tail out.
Yeah. Seems like we're waiting at this point, so you can probably do your edit.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So now, I mean, kill the process and we can look through this log here.
The process had already died.
Yeah.
Okay,
course,
so
right.
what do we want to see?
So the first thing I do is jump to the bottom of the file just so we know, so we know what FD is angry. The FD is 112.
That's the beta FID. I think it might use hex to give us file descriptors. Yeah. What's 112?
It sure isn't. What was the number, sorry?
112.
112 hex is 0x70.
7, sorry?
70.
Oh, 70. Okay. There's 700. Okay, you know what? Let's search for 0x70 and then comma. There's no mention of it. What?
What's an F?
So we have openat. Okay, wait a second. What's the path? The path is going to be trees. Okay. Wait, where is it going?
Huh? Is it just not there?
What is my editor doing? I don't know. So there's a bunch of mentions of trees in there. Why is my cursor? Okay, this editor is not faring well with this file. Equal 1 to, okay, so equal 112. Oh, sorry, 112, right? Read v. There's no equal 112.
Fascinating.
What?
Well, I've now just become incredibly. Oh, wait a second. No, this is obvious. You were tracing the zig build process, which is not the same thing as the build runner, which zig build has as a child process. You're running zig build.
Yeah, no, I get that. I get
that. The build
yes.
runner as a child.
Maybe there's an option to also trace children, because if we don't have that, we're fucked.
Yeah, you can just run the build exe. Or even you can attach trace afterwards if that's a thing you can do.
Can I run the build exe alone?
Yeah, it's in the cache directory somewhere. But...
Okay, right. Okay, so Z build. Does the flag make any change in the build? I'm hoping not. So Z build verbose.
Don't even know if verbose. That's not how you spell verbose. One, yeah. I don't know if verbose gives you this.
Okay, we also have follow children though, so that's cool.
Yeah. And Jacob said, "Oh wait, oh no, yeah, it tells you at the bottom the build command. That's exactly what you want. Just maybe without the verbose in this time."
Whoops. Without the verbose. But I need to pass watch, right?
Oh yes, of course.
And
okay.
I need to pipe this stuff.
Yes. Okay. I think that's probably done. So you can make your edit. Has it crashed now? You might not see in this.
Yeah, I'm not seeing our prints now, and I'm seeing the syscalls for our prints, but I don't see the prints themselves. I mean, could be better, could be worse.
Well, it makes sense. They're going to be interleaved with the output here, aren't they? So, did you redirect this to a file?
Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
Okay, so this is the. This is an open at write memory block steps. Actually, I don't know if I'm seeing our crash because I'm seeing other stuff. Maybe read write. Are we seeing the stack trace being printed?
Yeah, you can see it there. You just scroll past a bunch of it. Like you can see it's doing write watch.z.
Right. Okay, so this is showing. Okay, so we're getting close to the print where we say what is the bad file descriptor.
Yep, I agree. We're still writing a stack trace, I guess. Oh, right. No, there's going to be loads of... okay. You can see the actual
there we
trace.
go. Good. Okay, so we finally got the final print. Okay. These are, I think, the syscalls for my print. Yes. Where do we see the actual prints themselves with regards to the syscalls? Are we lagging behind?
Just search for them. Like I don't.
Yeah. Let me see. Like this is probably a good one. Path.subpath. There you go. Okay, yeah. So we're lagging behind with the syscalls. Okay.
So is FD35 the last one of those you see?
Yes.
And we've had okay. So FD35 is what we're interested in then.
Yeah, it's the last one, and then I think we have the stack trace. Yes.
Okay. So we're looking for 35, which if you need it in hex is 0x23.
So that equals 35. Maybe it's this one. I don't know.
No, that's 351.
No,
isn't it? What?
I think we should look for threes at this point. Open at equals 348.
Is that the only one of those there is?
It seems so.
Fascinating.
Right. 0x2. So this is writing to. This is writing to standard error, right? So this is the path, and this is the FD equals 35.
Oh, yeah, so this is actually just dumping our...
Yeah, this is printing our stuff, but then the open at is this.
Yeah, which is returning 348.
So that number is slightly different.
Just a little bit.
You can say that it's 34.8, which gets rounded up to 35, but...
Yeah, there you go. That explains it.
That might be an explanation, I guess.
One moment, I'm just taking a look at our implementation of OpenAT and checking it's not doing any funny business.
How could we disagree so much about a file descriptor? And yeah.
But okay, here's the question: dirfd is not the open at?
dirfd is not the open
at? Oh wait, what do you mean? dirfd is totally the open at.
dirfd sometimes is the open at.
Yeah, there's like one case where it's not, but we're not in that case. Is it possible that what exactly is this dumping? Is it actually doing system calls on macOS? Because the macOS doesn't have a system call API, or is it just hooking like API calls?
Oh, well, that's a good question. That's a good question. What is going on? I have no idea. No, cool. macOS does have syscalls. They just don't have a stable numbering.
It has syscalls, but I'm saying it doesn't have a documented, like a stable API as far as I know, right?
Yeah, they're not stable, but they are syscalls. So I think that's like dtrust is not lying to us, at least when it comes to opening directories, I think. Can you print the dirfd? Yes. I mean, we are printing.
We are. That's what we're.
Yeah, we're printing it below.
Yeah.
The print from below says 35. Previously, we were printing it closer. We were printing it right away, but it was still, and it was consistent. So the data doesn't seem to get corrupted. We can do that. You know what? Maybe we can even put the print inside OpenAT.
Go crazy like that.
And that calls OpenAT Z. Yeah, issue. Thank you for the happy affiliate anniversary. Nice cut. Thank you. Everybody is invested in my haircut. That is surprising to me. I'm gonna cut my hair more frequently then, if you guys care so much. OpenAT dirfd rc, and then if it's success, int cast rc. Oh, whatever.
Your file path first.
Yeah, you're right. Maybe I should try sudo dtrust -f.
Is that like trace children or something?
Yes, follow.
Okay. Yeah, this is going to be a huge file because it's going to include the whole compilation of the new build runner.
It's fine. And I crashed.
Okay.
So I think as usual is going to be 3s. So open at 3s tells me 35. You know what? I think there has to be something going on, some kind of remapping and going on between.
Yeah, I think there must be.
Also, wait, where's the S-tray stuff, man?
I don't know if your flag worked, Laura.
Follow doesn't work, huh?
What were the errors at the start of the file? Were they normal or
Errors? Where do you see that?
dtrace error on enabled probe? And that doesn't seem important, probably. Line 3.
Oh, line 3. Sorry, I have no idea.
Cool.
Okay, so we do the other version. So we do zig build verbose. Also, I need to fix this. Forgot. So we do zig build verbose. Oh, right. I was saying, wait, where's this spam coming from? Wait, why do we have a bit error?
Yeah, the thing is, I think you need to have introduce a compiler error. I think you need to have a compiler error introduced to get the output you want. Like not necessarily here, like in your program is fine. Like
No,
yeah.
I know, but wait, I wasn't expecting this to fail.
No, I know, but I think in order to get your verbose output that you want, there needs to be a failure because you need it to print the following command failed.
Okay.
If I remember right. Yeah, that one down there.
Which, to be fair, I could keep using the same build executable, right? I don't need to change it, actually.
Well, you need to change it after you've changed code, like in the standard library, to test things.
True.
Because,
okay.
Yeah. And now remember to get rid of your compile error before you run this.
Okay, now 3s is 112 inside openat. 349 at some other point. And then we call it 212.
212? Do you mean 112?
Yeah, sorry, 112.
Okay.
I should have put another print where where we are opening it so that I can see if it's us or somebody else. But in any case, so we have an open app that says 349. We have an open app that says 83. No, that's all right. Sorry. 112. 112. Wait, where's the 112 open? I think I saw it, and now I'm not sure if I saw it. Because here we
sorry, I was zoned out for a second.
okay, so here we think that trees is 112. But then the only open app that I see is 349.
Yeah, but we've established that that's some kind of different
that's the
ID.
syscall. Yes, let's see our thing instead. We see 112 in our open app.
Okay.
Why do the numbers not match, man?
Okay, but that's kind of fine because we can, if we know that it's just a different internal number for some reason, we can work with that one while looking through
it's a macOS moment.
So what's the corresponding like strace line for this? Like syscall line, what's the number we get there?
Trace syscall. Oh, you mean the one that corresponds to that trees? Sorry, okay, the syscall is 349.
Okay, so I guess search for 349, or I can give you in hex.
Yeah.
In hex, it's 0x15d.
But here's the thing. Okay, so here's where it gets weird. We do have one of our prints that says 349.
Oh, where's that?
In us catching open at. So,
wait. Oh, huh.
Yeah. So there's an open at that says 349.
Is there another open at for trees?
Oh, I'm starting to understand maybe what's going on. You know what's going on? There's really no. I bet you that there is. And it's not gonna be trees. I bet you that that's gonna be because this where is it? No, never mind. I'm dumb. I don't freaking know what's going on. Okay, let's search for that. There's one open at that we recorded for that, but there is
no strace output for it.
Yeah, there's no strace correspondence to it.
Fascinating. But there is another, and so the other one, which was 349. Sorry, I just want to check that I'm understanding this properly. We see an open app for it. Okay.
Yeah.
But we just don't use that FD elsewhere? What does this mean?
We don't know who opened this. I'm guessing this is somewhere else. Somebody else opened that directory.
Possibly.
I'll bet KQ doesn't work with those fake IDs. Yeah, we don't even need to panic, right? We can just print the stack trace without panicking even. How do you print a stack trace without panicking?
Standard.debug.dump current stack trace, I want to say.
Okay. File path. Dump current stack trace. I don't even need verbose, I think. What's the problem? Oh. Man, we had that info, now we have to reconstruct it. Do we need any dtrust at this point? Actually, no. We can technically we could just do zig build now that I think about it. I think that right now we don't really care about, but I do want to redirect. So perfect. We got a crash. And we want to see the open stack trace, right?
Mm-hmm.
So here's an open for threes. In the open for threes, the returned 11122 does come from watch.zig. What is this equal? Oh my god, this open that's like intermixed. Maybe we should lock a CDR while we do that.
What do you mean? No, that open is happening by the stack trace printing code.
This? What? What do you mean? Open equals...
Well, yeah, to print a stack trace, it needs to open because it's printing a source line from the file.
Oh, so you're right. I mean, yeah, you're right. Okay, never mind then. You're right. So, what were we saying? That, yeah, this last threes comes from where we expected. What about the other threes? I guess it's next question, right? Okay, so this is threes FD121. Is this where we had the panic? No. $122. Okay, so this is where we got the panic. And we do have an open for it. So that seems fine. What about other threes? 282. Who's opening it? It was watch. It was still watch.
Which I think... No, does that make sense? So is this happening on the second update?
Right, this might be the first update. This might be the one where everything goes well.
Well, you can see based on where some output is, based on where the build summary is. Is there a build summary after this or before this?
No, it's below. The final panic is below, and this one up here is the first time where we open threes, and then so that one goes well. So this is the one that goes well, and then there's another one time where we open threes a second time. That one is 122 or something like that, and then we panic.
Wait, I'm so confused right now because what you've already done a build at this point. So, oh, of course, because we're only opening it after the build succeeds. That makes sense.
So what's happening? Okay, the order is This is the first build, the one that succeeds, because I still have
Yeah, I can see from the output there we've just finished the first build, and now we're doing an open out on that file.
Yeah. And so everything goes well.
Yep.
And then there's the second loop around where we open trees again, and then closing it causes an error.
So we open it again here. Now, this is interesting because the question is, why do we open it again?
What if error defer closes triggering? What if error defer closes triggering? Good question.
I'm pretty sure it's not, because the errors from here, I think the build runner propagates. One sec. Update. What am I missing? I'm missing that I can't type. Yeah, if you get an error there, then the build runner would crash with an error. So that's like if that error defer happens, then update is returning an error. If update returns an error, then the build runner just terminates. That's after we loop and try again. What? No. Oh, I'm done. Okay, cool. Yeah, so it doesn't matter if the error defers hit, because if that happens, then the build runner is just going to exit with failure immediately. Like, there's actually a bug in the error handling there, because we should also be doing an error defer pop on GOP or something, but like, it doesn't matter.
So you know what I think? I think maybe we should just try to print some information about this file descriptor if the path ends with trees. Like, let's try to do real path on the file descriptor. Let's see what's going on, for example.
That might be fair.
So we're printing all this stuff, and then we say if m dot ends with u8 path dot subpath trees. So if we're looking at trees, then std debug dot print real path. Let's see if the real path matches, for example. Because the assumption is that if this file descriptor is not active, then the real path should crash. And if this file descriptor has been reassigned to something else, so meaning that the file descriptor is valid, but it's not what we think it is. How are you expecting real path? Can you just real path on a file descriptor? I thought you could do that. I'm not a real path user, so maybe I'm missing something obvious. But I assumed you could only on Windows. You can print the return from recall to F control on the file descriptor. It will tell you if the FD is valid or not. Wait, so real path just does not work on Linux?
It's not that it doesn't work, it's just that's not how it works. It's not based on file descriptors. Because as Jacob says, file descriptors aren't tied to a specific path. Because, as he says, they survive being moved and deleted. Also, hard links exist. So it makes... Like, real path is a fundamentally silly operation.
No, I get that, but what happens if I call it, though?
You can't. The function doesn't take a file descriptor. That's not how it works.
That's the point. Okay, I see. Real path takes a path name. I see. RIP. I see. I see. Okay, I understood. Okay, so maybe we can do what Amarkey suggests. But But maybe this is a hint. Let me think about it for a second. Yeah, you know what we should print? We should print it like this. Okay, std.debug.print. Here's what matters. What are we subscribing to? Path. That's our path, right? Yeah. Okay. So here, this is what we subscribe to. Bitcast as iSize. Bitcast as iSize. Okay. So this is the other one where we unsubscribe. So if it's threes, then okay. Let's for a second see that info. STD Power 6 FC NTL. Okay, that's the next thing that I'm gonna try. Thank you. Okay, so here we say the threes is 35. Did we subscribe to 35 above? Oh, I think
well, it's not going to happen here. It's going to have happened way earlier. But the weird thing is that we're subscribing again. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, because that implies that we're opening it again, which doesn't make sense because it should already be in the dir table.
I'm guessing the previous. So I guess then we are subscribing to it the first time where it succeeds. And that's the thing that we're trying to remove. But then the directory got closed already in the meantime. If the directory got closed already, then yes, I think that closing a directory automatically unsubscribes from every related event in K event. And then we overwrote the subscription with the same file but different FD. You do not overwrite subscriptions that way. Or rather, or maybe I guess you mean like we logically like in a sense we overwrote the subscription. But yeah, but this is wrong. Like this is, I think, definitely wrong.
Yeah, it shouldn't be opening it a second time. It should have the existing handle in dir table, and it should be an existing hit on the GOP.
Let me scroll up. I want to see the success case first. Also, because the first time we subscribe, a bunch, we subscribe to 35. So we subscribe to threes the first time. We never unsubscribe from it because you only see subscriptions. We never unsubscribe from it.
Could I see the other subscription log at the bottom, the one that shouldn't be happening quickly?
Yeah.
Riley,
thank you for the Prime sub.
That's an absolute path. The other one's a relative path. Wait, am I just
Wait, what?
Blind. Wait, no.
Oh, shit.
Wait. I think this is actually just something else.
Oh.
Or wait. Can you just like copy and paste these paths? I can't tell if they're the same or if they're actually just unrelated. Or not unrelated.
No, you're right. They are the same, but they have different roots.
Are they the same?
I think so. Let me double check.
Yeah, let's double check.
We need an audio line for Jacob Lee. Yeah. Holy shit, this thing. Yeah, sorry, scroll time.
No worries.
I think it's the same.
Yeah, I think that's the same. But one of them is missing.
But they have different roots.
Yeah, they have different roots. Why they have different roots, I'm not entirely sure. I mean, in theory, that shouldn't be a problem. It's weird, and something's clearly doing something strange.
It is weird. It is weird, and
we know what caused this when I debugged mlugg issue. I don't understand what you mean there.
I think it's time to do the FCTNL thing from Amarkey. I think it's time to now see if this file descriptor is still open or not. Because if the file descriptor, I think we are we have zeroed on the, not the root cause, but we have zeroed on the problem. The problem is most probably that file descriptor is closed by then. And then we're trying to disarm a filter on a file descriptor that doesn't exist anymore. Maybe we could do worst case, like if this can be solved, like if you can prevent the problem at the root, then that's great. Probably that's what should happen. If it's impossible for one reason or another, then maybe there's a try to delete if present, something like this. But anyway, let's try so it was std.posix.fnfcntl. dirfd, and then what do we do with this bad boy? I don't remember how that works. Oh, also we lost the music and I forgot to re-enable it. Wait, let's do macOS. Okay, the argument fields is a descriptor to be operated on by CMD as follows. Return a new descriptor as follows. Lowest number available descriptor greater than or equal to arg. Get FD. Get the close and exact flag associated. Just use a get command. Get like this one, like get FL, for example, that kind of stuff. Okay. CMD is an I32. Awesome. It's untyped. Are those anywhere? Because the value is not written in here, right? Yeah, it's constant. Let's see. Get FD, get FL. F. What's F? System.f. Is this it? Yeah. Wait. Yeah. Get a file and then arg. I don't know what's arg. Arg is ignored. Okay. Then 0. And then we do catch unreachable. Hey, Huber Quicks. Thank you for the... Thank you. We're not panicking. We're not panicking. So I guess the FD is open. I might should have put a print in here. The return value. Wait, isn't it supposed to be the error? Like this thing, it returns an error on anything other than success. So
you missed your format arguments on that print call. Yeah.
Oh, did I? Yeah. Thank you. I mean, you know, when you have a VP of community role, you have to look fresh. Otherwise, what even is the point? Yeah, the RFD is open, so that thing succeeds. Can we write a small program to test my idea and see if we get the same error code? What is your idea, Jacob?
Jacob's idea is that if you have multiple FDs open referring to the same file, they overwrite each other's K events.
No, please. No, please, no. That should not be it. Oh my fucking...
It shouldn't be, but it's Mac OS, so...
Oh.
At least as I understand it, that's Jacob's idea. Jacob, if I've misunderstood what you mean, tell us in chat.
Okay, test the Zig. Let's go.
Yeah.
Well, we want to open the same file twice, right?
Yes. It may be relevant to open it through different kind of paths. Like, I to be clear, I have no idea if this is relevant, but I'm saying, yeah, one is with a relative path, one is absolute. So maybe that's a thing worth
doing. Well, so we do. I guess I want to do SED POSIX open at directly, so that we don't get this wrong.
Yep.
So one is open at. FD.
So it takes an FD. Standard.fs.cwd. But...
Oh yeah. So fs.cwd.fd, right? Yeah.
Yep.
Then path is going to be, let's open source as a directory.
Sure.
What are the other flags that we pass around here? They're open flags and then 0.
Flags. Just copy that. Okay, cool. And okay, mode was 0, cool.
This is a try.
And then
this is a try.
And then for F2, you want an absolute path, and maybe do the open at from somewhere else. I don't know. I do it from CWD for now.
But it's still an open at, right?
It's still open at, yes. You can pass open at an absolute path.
Okay.
That's fine.
And still same directory, right?
At least as far as I'm aware, you can pass it an absolute path.
Yeah, you can.
Yeah. Like, really, the directory should be different, but let's just try this for the second. We can extend the test case in a sec if we can't trigger it. And then dir open flag 0 again. Yeah.
Okay, then
we need to do KQ, we need a queue. And then we need to do K event.
So we do F1.
So yeah, open F1. I think what we want to do is create a K event for F1, then create one for F2 and try and delete the one for F1 and see what it does.
Yeah. Man, where's the not here. Here, where's the EV stuff?
Standard.c.ev.
GOP index. That doesn't matter. I guess we're gonna pass
You probably
one.
just make it all 0, yeah.
One.
Sure.
Okay, so that's KF1. Then we do KF2.
KF2 is going to have 2 entries. Because let's emulate what the other thing does. So give it 2 entries in 1.
Give me a sec.
Wait, no, sorry. So that's something else. I'm getting mixed up with another thing. Yes.
No.
Sorry, ignore me. So yeah, we'll do it.
We want to sign up with KF1, then we want to sign up with KF2, and then we want to unsubscribe one of the two.
We want to unsubscribe the first one with KF3.
Yes, maybe we want to try to subscribe both, not at the same time, but like because if they override one another, then subscribing from them only once shouldn't be a problem. I don't know. We'll see.
No. The point is that we think KF2 is overriding KF1. So that means that when you try and delete the one from KF1, that's what breaks.
Yeah, that sounds good. I mean, we can put all of them in order. So if that breaks, then it's going to panic early. If that works, then it's going to panic later. Or it's not going to panic at all. Let's see. Open the directory first for one of them. Don't forget init. Oh, you have to init K stuff? You totally do.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. You used to do a KQ. And yeah, Jacob wants us to for one of these, for one of F1 or F2, Jacob wants us to not be doing it from CWD to more closely mirror what. Oh, well, okay, I'll give you a sec.
Okay, so what do we do them off of?
So what you could do is just open a random other directory before this stuff and use that to create F2.
Okay. Open there. I don't know. What am I going to open?
Zig out.
Zig out. That sounds good.
Sorry, I was just naming a random thing because you seem stuck. Also, you need to try that.
Yeah. Okay. So sound looks right.
Yep, looks good to me. We have KF1, KF2.
So we have the two ads.
We do these events.
Yes, and then so we want to add them at 2 different times, right?
Yep. So that's just and KF1. I mean, I would have just written the whole literal inline, to be honest, but that's fine.
Yeah, you're right. It's okay. So KF1, KF2. And now we need to do delete once.
Now we need a KF3, which is deleting the thing on FD1.
Yeah. Which
You
is
only need the first bit.
this
Don't
one
worry about the second bit.
2
Yeah.
times. Yeah. Let's say KF1D, KF2D, and KF1D.
Wait, what? Huh? You're not.
No, wait.
What?
I'm dumb. This is KF1. Wait.
No,
This
it's
is
not
sorry, this is
KF1.
KF2. This is KF2D. Okay, sorry. I'm getting there. So KF1D that tries to delete F1, and then udata 1, and then KF2D. And I
still don't understand why you're doing this KF2D thing, but sure.
Because I want to first delete F1, and then if it panics, then great. But if it doesn't, then I want to try to delete F2. Because there's a chance that maybe what you are describing, like maybe the F2 overrides F1, but then closing F1 succeeds.
Well, we know that closing F1 is what fails.
We know that closing F1 is what fails.
We know that.
True, it's not closing F2.
Closing.
Yes, that's true. Okay, that fair. You're right, because we see that it crashes on 35, like on the low number 1.
Okay, yeah.
Okay.
So now we just need to do a K event call for KF1D.
Let's see. I mean, the other FD, you open user scripts as zine first, and then open source.
Yeah, so this is to do with the CWD stuff. I think don't worry about it for now, because I highly doubt if this is a bug that it depends on that. If we can't trigger it, we can try making that work.
Okay, so we do this, and then we do this KF1D. Sounds good?
Okay. Yeah. Try running this.
There's nothing else that we need to do, right? We call
agree.
this is my shit, blah blah blah. Okay.
Like, we're not closing anything, but I don't give a shit. It doesn't matter.
It runs.
Okay. Then let's try the tweak that Jacob wants. So up here, Jacob wants us to open the absolute path. So F2 should be open from CWD. So line 26, that should be WD FD.
Should it still? Okay.
This is just so that we're exactly mirroring what the other thing's doing. And then we need F1 should be open from somewhere else. So maybe open /user/Christoph/zine, for instance, or sorry, /user/Christoph, for instance, and then open zine/source.
Okay, so the
path in there, that works, yeah.
Okay, and then this one goes from other there.
Yeah, sure, that works.
Like this. You guys happy?
So that's now very closely mirroring the other thing. Interesting. Works fine.
Yep.
Right. Okay.
Open it. Oh man, so much garbage on my quest. Come on, man. Wait, are we ever getting to my fucking program?
I was just thinking that. What's going on
here? Wait a second. Where's my shit? Where's my F opens?
Wait, why do you expect to see an F open? What? Why would there be any F opens?
No, sorry. Open ads or whatever. Where's my directories? I don't see them. Maybe it's me just.
Oh, weren't you looking at one a second
being
ago?
blind. I'm looking for seeing a syscall where I'm trying to open a zine, for example.
Oh, right.
Where I'm trying to open zine, for example.
Okay, Right, yeah.
I don't see that anywhere.
Nor do I. Let's take a little look at the... This is you. Oh! Jacob's right.
God fucking damn it. Thank you.
Okay, that makes a lot more sense.
Okay, so bunch of garbage. Then get attribute list, whatever. Open at Zine. Open at source. Open at absolute thing from FFFFE. And then event. Okay.
Jacob wants us to try swapping F1 and F2.
In here? So like this?
Just then you can just switch their names around if you want. I mean, that works if you want.
I mean, at the road. Okay.
Okay, that's fine.
No, that's fine. Okay, I have another one in mind.
Okay.
Let's see if we can query KQ.
Yeah, I was wondering that.
State of its filters. Watch it not being possible. Let's see.
Do you know what FS operations are happening on this? What do you mean by that, Jacob? Oh, as in like what's isn't it a package, so nothing?
Oh, you know what might be a relevant detail.
Mm-hmm.
So check this out. I run zig build. Oh, I still have the error, don't I? Okay, let me comment out the error. So I run zig build.
Mm-hmm.
You see how it starts by building the build script?
Yep.
I run zig build again. And it says compile build script every single time. I don't know if that's
that's just a slightly badly named progress output. All it's doing is checking that it has all the packages. Okay. And if it is, then it's a hash hit on the.
Okay, so it's not actually like deleting those directories and re-downloading them.
No, yeah, it's just hitting caches very quick. Well, not even that quickly for some reason, but it's hitting caches.
So querying good old KQ. So I'm guessing K event is for pushing events, and then we can call KQ to get something else. No, KQ is just the init function, right?
Yeah, K event does both things. It has two sets of parameters. Like there's two kind of notable parameters you pass to it. One is the input queries, and one is the output events. I mean, you can just see the build runner code or the build watch code for it. It's pretty simple if that's what you want. But
for querying,
oh wait, am I misunderstanding what you're trying to do?
Yeah, I'm trying to be able. I was hoping to be able to ask K event to give us information about.
Oh, that's a laughable idea.
What it has in it inside.
I'm sorry, I'm misunderstanding what you're saying. I thought you were saying that possibly we need to actually wait. Oh, what? Sorry.
Yeah, no. That we need to actually wait. No, I don't think so. No. Because we're not crashing there, right? So.
No, we're not crashing on the wait, but I'm wondering whether doing the wait somehow, if the bug that I feel like exists does exist.
So you're saying having like one round of waiting? Oh my god. Maybe, I don't know. Let me try another thing first, which is What happens if we close directories before doing before attempting to delete? So we add 1, we add 2, we want to delete 1, but before we delete 1, we close F1.
Well, we know that this isn't happening, right? You know that from your IOCT and tool.
Yeah, maybe. But out of curiosity, though, let's see what happens. So
Okay.
it's F1 dot. I guess I can do F1 dot close. Right? No. What's an F1? Oh, open at. What does it return? Oh, it returns the negative D. So is std POSIX
Yeah.
close. F1. Okay. Okay, and that gives us no end. Event not found. Okay, so if that had been the case, we would not have received bad file descriptor. We would have received not found.
Yes.
This is insane. I'm so confused now.
Right, yeah, in that case, that's incredibly strange.
Wait a second. I still get no end. Okay. I still get no end if I pass in a random FD that makes no sense.
Mm-hmm.
So even a bad FD returns no end. So it's the KQFD that closes? What?
Can't be the KQFD.
That's
sure.
what returns bad F.
Is that the only thing? No way.
That's what returns bad F. And also, let's see. Where's the bad F? Returns values, blah, blah, blah. Bad F. This is, the specified descriptor is invalid. Also, I hate this thing. Like, there's like 10 different things that are called descriptor in this fucking document. Calling close on a file descriptor will remove key events that reference the descriptor. The KQ system call creates a new kernel event queue and returns a descriptor. Ident, value to identify this event. The exact interpretation is determined by the attached filter, but often is a file descriptor. It's like everything is a descriptor, and it turns out that no. Bad F is only for the KQ descriptor. God damn it. Hey, X2, thank you for stopping by. So, I guess we were looking at the wrong thing?
Maybe? Like, maybe we do just need to maybe we just need to print out the KQFD and see what happens. See if we can find anything like that in strace.
Yeah. Maybe this is it. And maybe that's so we were getting confused because we were thinking that a compile failure would trigger or our directories to close, which it doesn't, which it can't, because we're like opening them right away. Like we're opening and using them right away with like pretty much nothing in between. Yeah, but maybe it's something is destroying the entire watch. No, but then the watch wouldn't have what. Okay, I have no idea what's going on. So yeah, we can try to look at the KQFD. We have still some recordings in out. don't tell me that we don't see in syscalls calls to KQ.
Wait, sorry, what are we looking at? Sorry.
So I was hoping we would see calls to KQ, but we don't see calls to KQ because it's not a syscall.
Are you tracing the right thing?
Fun fact, we never even closed the KQ. We exit with it still open. Okay. Then why is this thing saying that the file descriptor is bad?
How can wait? I'm so confused. KQ must be an FD, or it must be a syscall, is it? No, because that's an FD. How? What?
I don't know. I don't know. Well,
do you genuinely just see nothing?
oh no, you know what? Maybe my out thing wasn't run. You know what? No, this is a run. Okay, we have written down a run without dtrust.
Did you not do Zig build again to get an updated thing?
Yeah, no, I was hoping to use a pre-existing one. Okay, let me try to get one. So how do we do this?
We don't need to update that.
Okay, I'm gonna add a print to close so that we see the file descriptor being closed. Okay, I'm gonna add that. Then I'm going to Zig build with an error. Then I'm gonna get command, and I'm going to fix the error. Then I'm going to sudo dtrust the command, piping it out to out. I'm telling out. I'm causing a failure. This crashes. Oh, this might have crashed earlier. This out seems small. Okay, let me try again. Oh, you know what? I might have introduced some other error myself. No, I think that's the only thing that I changed. Oh, okay. Let's start from scratch. Zig build. It's a normal Zig build without the error. Okay, so this succeeds. Then I introduce the error. And I call Zig build without anything else. Okay, we get a build command. Fix the error. Oh, right. I have to pass watch. And then I have to redirect. What? Oh, I copied too much. God damn it. Okay, now we close the crash. Okay.
Do you have the KQ? Cool. No, that's nice.
I have calls to k event.
So possibly.
Oh shit! Is init
Is
being
this
called?
a weird syscall where k event itself?
No. Is init being called? There might be something else that somewhere doesn't call init and just somewhere assigns maybe.
No, there's
No,
not.
it doesn't. That would be insane, though.
Not.
Yeah.
I'm guessing the way this works is just that k event as the syscall has special parameters which make it act like kq. So look for like our first k event call in the whole thing, for instance. Like just jump to the top of the file and then search for k event. Yeah, oh wait, what's the 1C?
You know what? Maybe we can add a print for that.
Yeah, I guess you can just print out the result of KO of KQ. QFD, my favorite.
Yeah. KQ feed descriptor. Uh-oh.
Huh?
Uh-oh.
Wait, are you sure? I've not been looking. Are you sure you did everything right here? Because,
look, I did save this. Oh,
yep, okay.
Wait, I typoed KQ, though.
Oh, yes, true.
Okay,
there you go.
28.
Okay, so it's 28.
We never closed 28. We never
Um,
closed 28. Fucking computers, man. We never closed 28.
Can we look at one of the K event calls real quick?
I mean, we do print KFD. Oh, you want to see? Yeah, good call. Yeah.
I just want to see one of the ashtrays of the K event calls. 1C. Okay, that's what I was interested in.
Yes.
Which is 28. Okay, yeah, so we're passing the right thing. Wait, that's a good point. See if 0x1 search for 0x1c in the thing, in the ashtrays output. That will hopefully give us all syscalls that are interested in this.
Okay, I'm gonna start from the top.
Not relevant.
3 calls to K event.
Okay.
Okay.
Another call to K event, another K event. I imagine there's going to be quite a few of them.
Yeah.
-1 error 9.
That's where we crash. That's the one that fails because of.
Is that the one that crashes?
Yes.
Okay.
That's
Yes.
freeze. Yeah. And that's it.
Oh, so there's not even that many K
Yeah,
events.
no, there's not that many.
Okay, definitely. Yeah. What on earth? Have you considered that this operating system is just fucking broken and you should stop using it?
I don't know. macOS K event.
I've been doing plenty of Googling so far, but
Yeah, there's probably an endless amount of people having trouble with this. KQ bad file descriptor after a fork. Are we forking? Fuck, we are.
What does it mean by that though? Because if it means like in the child, then yes, that's how KQ works. It's not inherited by children. Loris.
Yeah, what? Sorry?
Tab back to that thing, because my assumption is that that's just
This thing you mean?
saying that like essentially it's closed in the child, which is expected and documented and not a problem.
You're saying it's closing the child.
No. I'm saying that I'm pretty sure the site you just found is just saying that after fork, the KQ isn't accessible in the child, which is fine and expected
Mm-hmm.
and documented.
Okay, so you're saying that in our case, okay, we are forking on line 842. We are opening KQ on line 13, though.
And like also, if that fork was the problem, then you would expect the call directly before this to like because we're doing another K event call, aren't we?
Yes, we're the one before succeeds.
Yeah. But actually, would it be possible to get one of your strace logs just so I can trawl through and without having to bother you when I think of things?
Sure. Wait a sec.
This has ended up being a quite deep hole. Well, no,
It's
it's not.
always
No,
like
actually, that's
this,
not
huh?
true. It's not a deep hole. It's just a very wide hole we can't really get out of.
So I'm gonna paste it in chat.
Sorry?
I'm gonna paste it in chat in case anybody else also wants to take a look. So why exactly are we forking? Is it just because that's how we invoke
We're forking
build
because
XG?
we're spawning children. That's all.
Mm-hmm. Because we're invoking build XZ.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, if that was the problem, it would happen every single time.
Mm-hmm.
Are we sure the second K event isn't failing? The one where we add stuff? The second time. So you mean the second time that we add... try calling K event twice. To add what? We call K event with an array of length 2. That is fair. You're saying maybe that's the one that's... Actually, yeah. That's the one. But even then, what are you fucking up? Are you fucking up the identifier? Then you don't get bad F. You get something else. Unless it's a different error code because it's 2. You know what? Let's do it. The second one is an add, so you don't get no end. That is indeed true. That is indeed true.
Oh, I see what's
yeah, maybe it's last there FD. That's bad. That is a good point. And we make this a bad value. Yeah. Wait. We did get bad F.
Do you actually? I think you're. Are you still closing?
Yeah. Oh, wait. I'm still okay. I need to not close F1, and then I need to have the actual KQFD. Okay, KQFD. Okay, so getting better.
Okay.
Let's go. So let me comment this out. We're getting there. Holy shit. Yeah, so this works.
Okay. So it's to do with the add in the second thing in that K event there.
Yeah.
Okay. So it's last DRFD.
Yes. Hammer Vulcan, thank you. Thank you for the happy affiliate anniversary. Yes. Oh my god. So this was the curl pit all along.
Yes.
Yeah, we're never investigating it. We should have
and there are
investigated
just completely incoherent ways of reporting these errors on macOS. That's nice.
Fuck. We should have investigated that, huh?
Yeah. Whoops.
And now we have to call that on last there FD. Yeah, let's do that. Last there FD. Let's also print last there FD. Let's see what the heck that thing is. Also, last there FD. Do we have a path for it, just in case?
No, we have no way of getting that path. Well, we don't have that path. I'm sure we can get it if we need to. Maybe.
Since we're doing swap remove and we store in their table, so we take the last element. Why would, okay, so one sec. Why would the last element be invalid? The last element of that.
It's not that it would be. Oh, sorry. You're asking like why this is. Sorry, I misunderstood what you're saying.
Yeah, like how could that happen? I'm like, what's so special about what's in there?
Wait a fucking second. I found the problem, Loris. Look closely at line 749.
Okay.
Look at the index.
Yes. So if last path, oh, it's I instead of being len -1.
Yeah. That's the bug. That's exactly
oh my god! Wait! So that's what
because last DRFD is therefore the same as DRFD.
Yes, but wait a second. Why would that then fail?
It would fail because
you should be able to do add.
time,
Yeah, it's like the second time around.
This won't work, but next time we'd be using the wrong FD probably.
Yeah, it's like the second time around. Fuck!
Change that to handle and -1, and I will bet you so much money. Thank you, Jacob.
Holy shit. Look, that said, this is turning into a one-line fix.
Yeah. Although I do want to, when I or UPR this, I would also like to delete the pointless ref counting. So it's like a 5-line change.
No, we still crashed.
Damn it.
Fuck.
Okay, what's going on here?
Okay, give me a sec. You know what? We can still, at least we can still print stuff and see what's going on. I'll be right back. Quick bathroom break.
I'm actually also going to go on a break, so you're all going to miss my beautiful face for a bit.
Okay. Did you rebuild the build XZ? I did a zig build, a clean zig build invocation. Let me maybe remove some spam because it like we have a lot of stuff, so it's very spammy. Let's leave subscriptions. Let's leave the KQFD print. Let's remove closing FDs. There's a ton of those. Let me remove the error here. Let me do zig build watch. I restored the eye. Oh, I see that mlugg also went to do other stuff. So, okay, there's a ton of subscriptions. I should have silenced those as well. You know what? Let me do that. No more subscriptions. There we go. Introduce the error. Get a crash. So we still crash. Yeah, and let's see now what the other value is. What is it? Last there FD. That's a different crash. Oh, you're right. It's FNCTL that crashes. Oh yeah, you're right. Right, it crashes because it's like it's our previous check. Yeah, which is correct. So.
Hi there. What are we doing now?
So that is correct.
That's the NTL.
Yeah, you know what? Okay. I'll comment it out for a moment. Okay, let's print. Watch. Oh, I have the error in it, haven't I? Oh. Okay, first clean run. Introduce the error. Lester FD -2.
Okay, where?
That seems a sus number.
What's our current state of things? Can I look at where the code's at?
Yeah, so I added print. I reverted the change, so this is still I.
Okay.
Which is totally wrong. Yeah, it has to be handles.len -1,
It's
right?
definitely handles.len -1, 100%.
Okay, let's see what happens in this case.
Double check what we get now.
Oh, right. Remove the error. Introduce the error. Crash.
Okay. Last DRFD is still -2.
It is still -2. Yes. Which is curious. I guess this could it be that this is like some kind of edge case? And when
what edge case?
I don't know, like instead of just being one, it's like there's 2 items in here, and so it's kind of the same problem.
I don't understand what you mean.
Okay, what happens if I is handles.len -2? So not -1, but -2. So there's 2 things remaining.
Then we have deleted the one before the last, and the last one gets swapped into its place. Everything seems fine. You can just log I in handles.len.
Yeah. You know what? I think it's time to go multi-line at this point.
That's probably fair. And you want handles.len as well?
Yeah.
Okay, there is definitely nothing
not that.
about I in
Yes.
handles.len.
Yes. But there is something interesting about the last DIRFD, which is a very bad value. What does it mean, DIRFD -2? Are negative FDs a thing? They're not, are they? What's a negative FD?
No, they don't exist. That's why we use -1 as like a sentinel in this code. That they're not negative.
Or error conditions.
Yes, system calls will return, like system calls that return file descriptors, for instance, will return. Oh, Jacob sees another bug. Sorry, Jacob, I didn't mean to ignore you. Okay, I'll find it. I believe in myself. Maybe.
Also, assert the last DRFD is not -1. Yes, it's not -1. It's -2. Also, why are we asserting? We could have assert is greater than 0. Oh, scdfscwd.fd is -2. Oh, okay, so it's not an invalid value. It is a valid value. Then
Wait,
-2.
Loris, can you still hear me? Because if so, something is broken. I can't.
Yes, I
see
can
or
hear
hear you. Does that mean I need to rejoin the room or something? Okay. Weird. Okay, I will.
Rip mlugg.
Oh, hello. Okay, everything's fixed and good.
Welcome back. So it means that So it means that m -2 is fine. It's just -1 that can be used as a sentinel value.
Right. Okay. I need to find the other bug that Jacob's found. Data is I agree with that. If I is -1 changes 0 to 1, else changes. Yeah, filter changes. Close DRFD.
Oh, could this have something to do with this? No, these are two different.
Oh! Look at the second one of those. Look at the function being called.
Swap remove.
It's not what it should be.
It's the opposite. It's the inverse. It's the inverse of what it should be.
No. It's not. It's not the inverse. Oh wait, am I? Oh no, sorry. That's a multi-array list. I'm getting mixed up. Sorry.
No, so you're saying that these two data structures are kept in sync, but they are separate, right? So you want to do two swap removes.
Yeah, that's correct. I was getting mixed up. I forgot that handles is a multi-array list, so I thought it's doing swap remove where it should be doing swap remove at. But no, this is fine. My bad. Wait, yeah, that's correct. Okay, I don't know what Jacob's telling me is correct.
I think he's commenting on the fact that these two data structures are kept in sync, but they're separate. So it makes sense to call the function on both of them.
None of our keys are introduced. That is indeed not the bug. Yeah, that makes sense. But I mean, when you say, yeah, that's fair. Okay. Oh, this is annoying. Jacob's found it, and I don't know what I'm missing, and I don't want him to tell me.
Well, that's what he's claiming. You don't know that for sure until we also are able to reproduce.
What are you saying? You doubt Jacob's ability to spot subtle bugs and then taunt us with that?
The new bag that it's on screen. Okay, so we did fix one of those, just not all of them, and it's visible. Okay.
What are we missing? So to be clear, are we saying it's on screen like right now for you? Yes. Okay.
I think this has to do. So the fact that it's CWD is not a coincidence, because it means that it's in the case where the path is equal 0.
I definitely cheated by figuring this out by it being -2 and then finding.
Yeah. So I think this has to do with the fact that let me think. I think I need to go up though. I want to read more about how this stuff works.
Oh, okay. I'll pull this up on my screen instead.
Yeah. So if the RFD, if the path has length 0, then we reuse the other thing. So we append. We are appending on.
Somebody basically
Oh,
just said the bug.
we're appending to their FD. If skip open dir, we put there -1. So we append a handle. It doesn't contain an FD if we didn't open something. Right. Is always path root, blah, 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 path root there. Okay, last path. Wait a second. Last path root there handle FD?
That seems correct. We're being laughed at, Loris, by exactly one member of our chat.
Yeah, it's fine. Right, we're using the file descriptor of that path's root directory. Otherwise, we're grabbing its file descriptor. So I think that there's certainly a problem where
Amaric won, but that's just not going to be the case. Like that path comes from other parts of the build system. It's known valid.
So we are creating multiple entries equals 0 instead of different than 0.
Oh, for God's sake.
Is that
oh,
really
for God's sake.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, for God's sake.
Oh, fuck. Wait, was that really it?
Yes, guaranteed.
Fuck, it works.
Oh, this is so stupid.
Yeah, so I can tell you how it happened, because whoever wrote this code doesn't love macOS. Whoever wrote this code doesn't respect Apple and its users. That's the truth of it. There is no love. And you know how I know this? Because that's how I feel when I have to write Windows code. Every time I have to write Windows code, that was it.
Okay, that was fun.
That was it. Okay. Can I make a PR for this?
Yes, but can you make sure you also have deleted
the other one? Yes, of course. Okay, so
thanks, Jacob. You're now an honorary member of the detective agency.
Yeah. You also have a desk with a bunch of empty bottles, photos of your old lovers that have abandoned you because you're too dark inside, and it's like there's a ton of round circles on the photos because that's the the glass of hard alcohol that yeah. So
the Jacob Lee Detective Agency. So it's interesting because we're the compiler detective agency because we do detective work like to do with the compiler. So presumably your agency investigates yourself.
Okay, let's see. Why is this lagging? Oh no, this is ZLS trying to compile the Z compiler. Oof. Oh, you know what? I can finally have a good experience also with ZLS. Oh, that is so good. Okay, so let's see where the
You
bad
scroll
stuff
below past the
is.
ref count stuff.
Okay, so this is
Oh, right, that's what I missed first. My bad, yeah.
handles.len -1. This is equal. And then we have to delete.
Just got to delete some code. You keep scrolling back and forth. Okay, yeah. And then there's stuff above, obviously.
Where do we do that? Here?
There. So you get rid of the else clause entirely. Get rid of the initialization of ref count a couple lines up.
Yeah. Can I go to definition first? Yes. Okay.
That should be good.
Only one thing is this. Oh yeah, this is specific to our case, so that's good. We're not removing this for anybody else. Now, let me see.
I sure as the sun's setting, I need to go and turn the light on in here.
Yeah.
Wow. Right.
Oh, you're not noir and dark anymore. It's been a while since I built this, so I'll need to go into. You know what? Maybe we can let CI test this change for us.
I think you can let CI do this. You're a core team member. The rules don't apply to you.
Git checkout -b.
Maybe do just double check that you've not made an obvious typo by like seeing if you can. No, it's fine. Don't worry about it.
I mean, remove ref count.
If that's fine. That's fine. That's fine. That's correct.
Yeah, that's it.
Correct. Yeah, it's fine.
Well, you know what? Let's call it pipelining. So I'm gonna make a branch for it.
Crypto code. One of them was correct. That was the point. Was it was a copy paste bug? Sorry, I'm just blank chat.
Mm-hmm. So I'm gonna make a branch for it. Is it watcher? What do you guys categorize this usually under?
I mean, I would just write standard.build.watch.
Okay. Is that uppercase B? Yeah.
Yeah.
Watcher, right? Or is it watch?
No, it's just watch.
Oh. Fix macOS. Fix macOS bugs?
Just fix macOS, that's fine. We fixed the whole operating system.
Well, okay, fix macOS implementation. The code did one useless thing and one wrong thing. Oh, you know what? Let's just
no,
say what they are.
Two wrong things.
Two wrong things? Well, one was you're right.
Yeah.
And two wrong things.
The ref count system was completely redundant.
And then the other one is
yeah, flipped around. No, it's not here.
Yeah, so
it used the wrong FD in one way and it used the wrong FD in another way.
Yeah. Last year FD was chosen. Well, let's say. I kind of want to.
Last year FD was chosen from the wrong index.
and last DRFD was chosen with an incorrect condition. It doesn't. The details don't matter. It's fairly clear.
Okay.
Cool. Now you can make a PR, and this time your PR won't be reverted shortly after merge.
Well. Let's not be too optimistic.
It can't make it more broken than it was. Okay.
Okay. In the meantime, I'm gonna bootstrap locally and see what happens. Also, need to make a PR right out of it.
I was gonna say, yeah. Have you pushed it or what? Once you make a PR, I will give it the core team approved review.
Somehow broken refactoring will be load bearing. Yeah. Against master, yes.
I think I can clearly logically prove that the ref counting did nothing. Okay, I'm going to do a thorough review.
Yeah, now watch us disappoint Andrew deeply, because I mean, no, you know what? If the reference counting turns out to be load bearing somehow, then fine. I guess he can take a look at it and then
I can pinky promise that it's not.
Yeah, and then reinstate it. But in any case, the other two fixes are worthwhile.
Yeah. Because like once we get to the ref count bit, once we get to this code one time, that means that necessarily reaction set entries len is 0, which means that even if decrementing the ref count doesn't bring it to 0, we will just loop. This initial loop will do nothing, and we'll get to the ref count decrement again. And that will keep happening until it hits 0. Yes, I'm satisfied that did nothing. If subpath len equals 0, handle stop len -1. Good.
In any case, I think that we fixed. So good that we fixed this. Definitely good that we fixed this. This is going to be an important fix also for Zine.
Your PR is now set to auto merge. I'm that confident.
Oh man, you're that confident. Nice. So with this, we have done good to macOS users, because without this, you just cannot. Oh, you know what? So now that we have this in place, here's what I can do. Okay. Oh my God! Finally, I can go to ZLS.
Oh, what?
I can take this out. I had to disable watch on. Was it here? No. Was it below? Sorry, I'm trying to basically. Okay, perfect. So now I can see.
That was an interesting strategy, as opposed to just doing like get restore.
Yeah, you're right. I don't know.
Doing trial and error to undo your diff manually.
Now.
Both of those things are wrong. Path. So the thing that only works with self-hosted is watch with incremental compilation. If you do that with the LVM backend, it will immediately explode. And it only works particularly well with fno emit bin. It kind of works if you're using self-hosted x86 backend. And Max
can use it, but there are problems. We've just fixed one of them. The other one is kind of a design problem with at least macOS's implementation of the KQ API. And it means that a lot of editors, the way they save files won't be picked up. It's not really the editor's fault, it's our fault, but in a much more real sense, it's Apple's fault. Sorry, Loris, I think you were saying something and then I just interrupted you.
There we go.
Does it work without breaking your thing?
Yes, it works now. Well, my thing is ZLS, by the way. Like
yeah. I mean, yeah, that.
Yep. And it's not bad because I do think that there is correct me if I'm wrong, maybe this is like a placebo effect, but I think that Watch does help speed things up, right? Even if you don't have incremental.
It'll speed up a bit, certainly.
Yeah.
Because you won't be waiting for the overhead of like launching the build script and running the configure phase.
Exactly. So you save that. I think you also do less work checking for files in the cache, right?
I guess, yeah, you aren't looking to see whether the compiled build runner is a cache hit, so you don't need to check a whole manifest.
All right, in any case, now ZLS is usable again. Nice.
Hooray. Okay.
Well, what an adventure. So, I don't know. Are you satisfied with the investigation today?
I think it was a pretty good investigation.
Not exactly what you thought you would be doing for most.
Yeah, I thought when you brought this up, I thought this would take us half an hour.
Well, oh, you know what? We are actually underselling this. This is not fixing the macOS implementation. This is fixing macOS and all the BSDs.
That's true.
Can I rename this thing?
You can rename the PR, yeah. Just say, yeah, fix KQ.
Yeah, I think I'm going to leave that like this. Cool. Okay, so...
And now let's fix fuzzing, Loris. Go.
Oh, no. I don't think I have the energy to do that. I barely had the energy today to do... I barely have the energy to do this, like in terms of very hardcore stuff. So yeah, I'm satisfied. But do you want to schedule another one where we do fuzzing maybe next week?
Yeah.
Okay, then you know what? Let's not necessarily make it a commitment right now on stream, but
yeah, we'll figure that out privately, and then hopefully the agency will return next week.
Yeah. Yeah, this, by the way, I think I really think that this needs to go into 14.1 also.
Oh yeah, for sure. In fact, I will milestone it and I'll cherry pick it once it's merged.
I mean, it's an easy patch, but also it's otherwise 0.14 is gonna fucking suck on macOS.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, thank you, Matt.
Thank you, Loris. And thank you, Jacob, who is now the closest thing to a third member of the agency.
Yes. Not yet a member of the agency.
He's not a member. We bring his agency in for consulting.
Exactly. But if he works hard, then... Thank you, Jacob Lee. That was really clutch. There was also the last pack was so fucking stupid. You know what? I looked at that line, I stared at it, and I considered that the that the condition could be wrong at some point, and then I completely forgot about it. And then when we found that the indexing was wrong, I never looked at it again, while I should have.
I looked really closely at either side of the not equal operator. I just didn't look at the fact that it was a not equal operator.
Huh. Yeah. In any case, so here's what I think I'm gonna do. I want to, Matt, if we're good, I think you're free to go. I think I'm gonna stream maybe a little bit more. Just back, what was the solution? Check out 23/24/7. It's a very short diff, and you can see what's wrong.
And we figured out basically none of it. It was Jacob. We just made observations, and Jacob put the pieces together and laughed at us until we figured it out.
Well, we excluded a bunch of stuff. Like our work was to what we provided was excluding variables. Like we discovered that you get in or end. But by the way, this thing where you submit multiple things and then the first one causes triggers the error, and then the errors can be so inconsistent. Horrible. But in any case, yeah, we excluded some possibilities.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, so this was fun. We will hopefully do something again next week.
Yes.
Bye, everyone. Enjoy Loris. This is no longer the detective agency.
Bye,
We're
Matt.
temporarily disbanding.
Yep. Okay, so here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna stream for about an hour more. And in the meantime, and I'm just gonna do a little bit of zine development. So for about probably, I don't know, half an hour more or less. There you go. So I'm gonna do like a little bit of more work, and then I'm gonna call it a day. Let's remove also all the garbage that we created in the meantime. So remove test.o test.zig, remove out. There we go. Okay, so before doing this whole insanity thing, also we're building Zig. So writing builds. Yeah, that was great sleuthing, as apparently people say. Thank you everybody who helped. It's so good. Oh, you know what? Also, I think this is gonna be good also to tell people about that we fixed this. You know what? I'm gonna spam this on Discord. I'm gonna tell also the rock people about this. Oh, you know what? No, I'm gonna wait before making like bigger announcements until it gets merged for real. Okay. So what am I doing? Well, I guess I'm waiting for this Zig to finish building. That's for sure. Then after that, we want to do Zine. So what were we doing with Zine? Anything interesting? Yes, hopefully. So we were diffing. We were taking a look at how any difference between using the build system based version of Zine, like the official one, versus my version, like the standalone version, and we still have some minor differences. Is this against wait, is this a diff against a standalone? Yeah, no, okay, sorry, against reference. Yeah, this needs to be zig out now. Okay, so, and we got to the point where there's a page that is technically a draft page that we don't notice it's a draft page, so we output it while we shouldn't. And then we have, this is more concerning and interesting, and probably speaks to the problem, to a big problem that I have. So long story short, Zine standalone works really well, except one thing. I use the Markdown library in a multi-threaded fashion, and it breaks in weird ways. So we need to fix that. We need to change how that works. I don't know exactly what the solution is, because the library doesn't really explain much about what you can or cannot do in a multi-threaded fashion. So I don't know. Maybe there's a section that I forgot to read in the header file, like some doc comment. Otherwise, some other like implicit expectation that I need to learn about. And it basically, what happens is that occasionally you see that the parser stuff, like sorry, the C Markdown parser, the C code deadlocks in some code while trying to run over a linked list, which I'm guessing is being modified concurrently, and so that's why it poops itself. And that also has an interaction with the fact that, as you can see here, I don't have some extensions enabled, it seems. I don't have auto linking. So you see that here, the original version had a proper link, which now instead remains as a plain text link, which is bad. Oh yeah, I have a mlugg still open. Yes, sorry. There you go. So I'll answer to that in a second. So yes, the fact that these features are disabled, it's also related to the fact that probably to the deadlock. So I'm clearly using the library wrong. I am very hopeful that that's not a thread unsafe thing. Hopefully, but we'll see. Okay. Have you fixed? I did. Yeah, check the PR out. So I'm doing something wrong. Okay, let's see. Do we have any roadmap? Do we have any roadmap or things that people could get involved on in Zine? I'd like to contribute some stuff, maybe some documentation, source code too. Let me think. I do have some contributor-friendly issues, yes. And I can tell you that of those, so add support for OpenBSD, that would be a good one. And actually, a weirdly on-topic one. So the contributor-friendly tags, I didn't put them at random. Like, they're pretty good. So add support for OpenBSD. I can tell you what the problem is with this one. The Watcher has a bunch of different implementations, and we were talking about earlier today that the implementation that I use is macOS specific, and I don't use K-Event. Well, guess what? That means that I don't support OpenBSD, but if you do add a K-Event implementation, then we can do file watching also on BSD. So that's contributor friendly because there's basically an interface that you need to fulfill, like the file watcher interface. So you basically need to have a struct that has the same method as the other ones. And the interface is fairly simple. So the integration with Zine is not that complicated. You just have to implement the business logic. Then let's see, SVGs, render inside image tags, removing interactivity. Did I give instructions on how to do this? I'll try to write before the next release. Well, what a promise did I make, huh? You know what? I think that the contributor-friendly label on this one is a lie, because if I don't tell you how to solve it, it's not contributor-friendly. So let me take that back. This one is contributor-friendly. I mean, the task is a new watcher. Yeah, it's like very simple. But there is another one that I think it's particularly important. Oh, this one is my favorite. If somebody else had to choose a issue to tackle, is this one that would make me happy. So this one, let me explain the problem. Syntax highlighting in Trisitter is based on queries. So you run a query file that contains a bunch of queries, and yes, but text editors, at least the terminal based ones, I don't know about the other ones, but at the very least the terminal based ones, yes, exactly. And I don't want to override them. I want to collect and overlap all these classes so that then a CSS theme can actually implement, both stuff where something is multiple things at a time. And not having this means, for example, that we have shitty syntax highlighting for super HTML, because super HTML relies on this being implemented in the fully correct way. So it's obviously not impossible, but yeah, exactly, that kind of stuff. And so, for example, if you open let's see, if you open like this bad boy, for example, no, that's a bad one. Base. If you open base, here's one thing. Every time there is a super tag, the ID of the parent becomes underlined. You can see that it's the presence of a super tag that toggles that. Currently, this cannot be. If we try to render this on our website, it doesn't work. And I would like syntax highlighting for our own file format to work correctly. That would be delightful. So this is something that I would be interested in. I can come up probably maybe with more contributor-friendly stuff, but the thing is that there were a few other ones, and they are mostly gone. Like there's a few contributor-friendly that were just implemented. Period. Yep. So yeah. Okay, I think I want to tackle what the heck is going on with the Markdown parser, fix it once and for all, so that we stop getting weird hangs in the standalone version of Zine, which makes it feel like very very broken when it's not broken. So the problem with this has to do, in my opinion, with Super Markdown. Can fuzzing help with this kind of bug? No, I don't think so. I think this bug is more like I'm using the API wrong, straight up. And I'm not surprised if that's the case at all. So, how did we do this? AST, you know what? Git status. Show me the diff. Yeah, also this is another interesting one, by the way. I always in the past compiled the Markdown parser in debug mode. I forgot to wire in these two parameters, so we were never getting a release build of the Markdown parser. That's bad. In any case, this is not interesting. This is not interesting. This is not interesting. Not interesting. Not interesting. Not interesting. None of this is interesting. Okay, so I didn't change anything in here, but I am changing something in my usage of this thing. Let me see what is it that I do. In main, in run. Okay, in run, I start a bunch of threads, and then I call cmark gfm core extensions ensure registered. So previously, without this being called here, things would go real bad real fast. Oh my god, now I can do watch, and it stays there. Oh man, that is so good. So let's see, I'm gonna try to run tests. Some of them have a failure. You know what? I think the problem is that these failures, either it's new stuff that I've implemented that causes crashes, or child process crashed. Yeah, look at this. Flag initialization error in cmark register node flag. So this is some kind of initialization problem with cmark register node flag, because if we don't call this in here before starting all the threads, you know what? Let's put it above. If we don't do that, the problem is that they try to do it at the same time and they crash. But it seems that they still... Oh, I still have KQFD. Okay. But we still get hangs sometimes. Okay, this one is a reasonable clash. Yeah, put assume capacity to clubber. Yeah, that's entirely on me. Let's try to do... Let's make a build. And let's call it here zine release. Panic. Member access within null pointer of type cmark list. In list append. Well, what do you know? And now it didn't happen. So we clearly have some race conditions here. This stuff clearly cannot be called in a multi-threaded fashion. And that's kind of annoying because, well, because we're doing this stuff in a multi-threaded fashion. That's kind of the problem. So how do we make this all work? I don't know. We need to take a look at the Goldmark API. Also, maybe doing this before or after starting threads might also have an impact. Like, this is the first time that I see this error. Previously, I would always get a endless loop instead of a full error. Like, it would just hang. Like this. This is what I'm talking about. And if you do LLDB process attach, and you do backtrace. So this thread is stopped because we stopped, but if we do thread list, we see that there's one. These other ones are all waiting. They're all part of a worker pool and they're all waiting, while this son of a bitch is stuck in here. So if we go to thread 3, thread select 3. Yeah, this is the code where we get stuck. What's the backtrace actually? CMark lists syntax extensions. Oh, there we go. Look, is that those fucking syntax extensions, huh? Registry.c. Line 49. We got that from ast.zig 597. Oh, I guess this is something that delegates parsing to that two extensions. Let's see. ast 597. Let's take a look at that. Yeah. So I guess my point is that these would need to be outside and provided. Oh man. Okay, I think that basically the CMark using API needs to be more nuanced. Let's take a look at the other ways that we have for invoking a parser. So that's a type. CMark parser new with mem. Parsing, simple interface, CMark parse document, streaming interface. CMark parse new while bytes of read. Parser feed. CMark parser finish. The problem is we want to do parser new because we want to attach. Can a parser be reused? Like, can it be reset? So render, no reset. Like it doesn't say at all if you can reuse a parser or not. That's also very annoying, god damn it. So I'm wondering if providing those would help from the outside. How would that work though? So you call init, and then we call cmark. I guess you could be the one calling cmark in your code. Let's see what people say about this. You know what? Also, let's go back to nicer music. We need cmark. Oh, there we go. Arena locator is not thread safe. The arena locator in arena.c uses a simple shared struct arena chunk pointer. If you have multiple threads using multiple parsers, they use the same arena locator. Yes, well, okay, sure, friend. You have to make different arena locator per thread. That should not be surprising. That should not be surprising at all. So I'm guessing this has entirely to do with how we do initialization. So maybe if we can do better initialization, then things will be better. But how do we make this? How do we productivize this? So we can do this. Extensions is of type, depends on whether we are single threaded or not. Like we basically want to make extensions mandatory if we are in a multi-threaded environment. It's built in. So if it's built in a single threaded, then that's an optional. It's an optional what? I don't even know what the type is. What is the type of this thing? Oh. I wish I could make it I wish I could give it a default value only one of the two cases. You know what? Let's maybe yeah, actually I don't know. How do we do this? There is no way of wait, is there really no way of giving it a default value using comp time this way? Well, you know what? Let's not go crazy with metaprogramming. We don't even know for sure if this is the case. So let's do it like this. Okay, so we have a nice panic. It's not the same as a compile error, but better than nothing, I guess. And then in here, what we do is extensions, ext maybe. Also, wait, I create extensions. Do I even use it? No reference found. No, there's no way. I put extensions in here. Yeah, I could swap the entire options thing through. True, but then that's like a big source of confusion. It's fine. Okay, let's hope that attached syntax extension can be done. Is it CMark parser free? Is it the problem that parser free deletes extensions. I hope that's not the case. And I hope that find syntax extension is not a problem. Well, in any case, we'll see. So if you provide extensions, then we don't do it ourselves. The fact that you have to pass an allocator, though, that is sus. It is kind of sus, honestly. Okay, in any case, there we go. Yeah, so now how do we do with these extensions? I guess we need to receive them. Yeah, because I think I want to make them only once in main, right? Like this. And then extensions needs to be given. I guess we can give it to worker.start. I'm also dumb. Why am I doing this here? Let's do that in worker.start. Oh my god. That's what I should have done since the beginning. What a dum-dum. So if single threaded, we do nothing. You know what? Let's do it no matter what. So we set extensions, which we make as a global. Set to undefined. Initialize in the beginning. And then we pass it to parse. Okay, so now we have these extensions. And we can pass this stuff down. Okay, so this one will receive those things. Maybe we can turn this into an assert at least. It's a programming error. Okay, so we start the AST. Okay, what's the problem now? Parser selected 4 arguments, found 3. Right. No, actually, no. What? Oh, I didn't save it. Oh, did I do again the mem.assert thing? Where did I do that? In supermd. Oh, god damn it. Index.parse expected 4 arguments, found 3 in variant 117. Uh-oh. Okay, let's see if this has any impact. Yeah, this might have been the thing that was causing. This might have been the thing that was causing the deadlocks. Okay, so now let's diff and let's see if anything changed. This is still naked. Still naked. Still not working. Yeah, no, we're not doing great. Okay, we haven't really fixed it. God damn it. So, what are we doing wrong? I guess we need to read what the implementation of these things do. Also, we need to read what it means to delete a parser. Does it like freeing it? Does it does parse free does parser free have any other side effect? Let's see. References. This called cmark parser free. I shouldn't have gone in main. Main obviously doesn't have anything good for us. Blocks? Is this where can I find the implementation? This is kind of insane. Let's see what's the mark. Oh, this is. Oh, hopefully this stuff is in here then. So parse file, reads the file, feeds the parser, calls finish, then calls free. Oh, let's take a look at parse free. Dispose of the parser. Cur line buff. CMark linked list free. Syntax extensions. Inline syntax extensions. Hey, Xbox. ECS box. ECS box. Thank you for the raid. Hello, everybody. We are, I don't know, going insane watching. X is okay. Okay, I'll go with X. We're going just slowly insane, trying to understand why the Markdown parser has trouble being run in a multi-threaded environment, and what juicy assumptions is making implicitly, not telling anybody anywhere, and it's causing us to have trouble. You use Zig? I do use Zig. So I'm working on a static site generator, and I'm making a new version of it. So for people who don't know what I'm talking about, this is the static generator that I'm working on. It's currently implemented using heavily the Zig build system, but I want to make a fully standalone executable. So currently you need to have Zig installed as a dependency. But I want to change that. I'm making a fully standalone version. So you call zin release and it works. And I'm still working on it. It's still like a work in progress, but I'm making good progress. So I'm basically at a point right now where I'm diffing the output of my standalone version of the static site generator versus what you get from the official fully working version that it's currently out. And we're mostly there. There's minor things, but one of those minor things is some kind of race condition, some kind of multi-threading problem using a C Markdown parser library. Like the fact that it frees this stuff is annoying. So I guess here's what I guess we need to do. What we need to do is this. We need to learn how every single piece works. So we need to learn how this guy works. Then we need to learn how list syntax extensions works. And then we need to learn how these guys work. CMarker attach syntax extension. So let's go do that. Also because you can see that this is what's failing. This is why we don't have auto links. This is why we don't have strike through. So let's go check that stuff out. So what we want to see is core extensions and short registers. Also GFM. So it's not going to be in here, maybe. I think that the GFM stuff has a dedicated file. Let's see, extensions. Yeah, GFM core extensions. Set table columns, get table alignments. Get table row is header. Says whether the node is a table header row, returning one on success, 0 on error. Backwards compatibility. Okay, so core extensions.c. There we go. CMark, GFM core extensions ensure registered. Static variable that gets checked. If the static variable is set to 0, we call CMark register plugin. So we really want to call these only once. And these registers, we need to learn also what this entails, but also where do we get plugin? Core extensions registration. We need to see where CMark register plugin is implemented, I guess, which is going to be registry.c. Oh, we saw a crash in registry.c the other time. So in here we are registering autolink, tag filter, task list, strike through, and table. Okay, so we go there. This calls CMark plugin new. If it fails, CMark plugin free. CMark plugin steal syntax extensions. Okay, and that's a CMark linked list. Then we keep scrolling through the CMark linked list. And we want to append to it, I guess, ourselves or something. And then we call CMark list free and then plugin free. What's going on? Why do we call CMark plugin free and CMark linked list free. I'm not sure why I'm freeing some of this stuff, but fine, whatever. So what I'm seeing here is that this stuff is all like global. CMark list append. Are we like making a new linked list every time we append something? I really do not get it. IT data. Yeah, CMark plugin, still syntax extensions. There's find syntax extension, list syntax extensions, find syntax extension. What does finding one mean? It returns a CMark syntax extension. What's a CMark syntax extension? It's a struct. Okay, with a bunch of function pointers in it. That makes sense. Okay, so all of this stuff seems fairly global. So it means that as long as it happens without any concurrency going on, it should be fine. Then, so this part is all fine. If we make sure to do that ourselves, which we do, then what's up with this one? CMark parser attach syntax extension. Like, are they also implemented as something that gets like created and destroyed every single time? Append row cell. Row from string. Try opening table header. Okay, so these are like, this is the actual parsing stuff. Okay, I want to see attach syntax extension. Use the parser memory and the parser's syntax extension, I guess, pre-existing list. Attach the new extension to it. If extension match in line or extension insert in line from the limiter, then it also gets appended to inline syntax extensions. Okay, so every parser has a linked list of these things. Oh, CMark parser reset. Who calls this? Gets called parser new with mem. It also gets called in parser finish. So the same parser could be reused. That is a interesting thing. Which means that instead of exceptions, instead of extensions or whatever, maybe what we should be keeping around is a single instance of a parser that we don't reset. That does not seem a bad idea. Yeah, we just reset the parser. Okay. That sounds good. Still, though, I'm not sure this answers the problems that we're having. Okay. Let's change the API once more. So in SuperMD, we do not accept extensions. So let's undo. We keep options around, but then we don't pass anything to CMark. I think what we want to do is just not have this function exist at all, and like just force everybody to provide us with a parser, and then we call default parser maybe. Okay, you know what? Let's take a look at 1 second at the main. I guess a bit above. At options and int. So how do we do this? We don't do it with extensions. We say you give me a CMark parser, fully initialized. Yeah, this is not a great API, but I think for now it's going to be fine. So like an optional. CMark AST. Oh, this is what CMark returns. Maybe we keep that around and we do parser. Yeah, something like this. Do a mega parser, or else we do all this initialization stuff. and then we call cmark parser.feed. So yeah, pointer to a cmark parser, perfect. And do we also return extensions? Does it even matter that we return extensions? Fuck it, let's not return extensions. Let's just leave root. No, but we might need it. Let's see. I think I'm putting there those not for no reason. I think we don't see it here. Yeah, I need to give them back to cmark render HTML. That's why these extensions are needed. Oh god, I hate this whole API. Why are C APIs always like this? God damn it. So you give me a parser and also options. Or maybe we do it like this. Show me a root. Cmark list. Reusable cmark parser. Maybe we can say that it's mandatory for now. I don't know. Like you have to give that to me, and then so it means that you have done all these initialization, cmark parser new, blah blah blah. We only need to call feed and finish, basically. Yeah, okay. I'm not doing a great job, but yeah. So we cannot do it like this. So we don't call that function anymore. We do it like this, and then you get to reuse it next time. That actually sounds good to me. Let's see how that goes. So what's the next problem? Oh, cmark is now problematic. Okay, so that means that this stuff needs to happen somewhere else. We're gonna need to redo some of these in worker, in start. We don't need them to. We don't even need them to be global anymore. So how do we do this? Basically, yeah, in worker function. Okay, for every thread, we're gonna need to create a Markdown parser that we give down. So we create extensions once. Then in a for loop, I guess these options can also be put out here. Okay. Love Zig learning C at the moment, but Zig is the language that got me started programming. Cheers. Nice. Glad that you had a good experience. Okay, so these are my options. Then in here, man, you know what? At this point, we might as well do this. There we go. Okay, so here we create a new parser. We do not free the parser. We attach syntax extension to it every single time. We don't feed anything to it. We don't finish it. We don't create this. But to the worker function, we give parser and extensions. Okay. Now the worker function has parser and extensions. And then extensions is a pointer to many c.cmark linked list. And we pass those to one job. How does it work? I guess I have to pass them to one job also to run one job. Because we want to give it also to page parse. It's annoying. So you know what? At this point, we kind of want to bundle those things into a dedicated type. I think the page should define it at this point. So parse should say, yeah, pub const start that contains a parser. Okay, there we go. And that's what we accept. That's what we expect to obtain, a CMark thing that then we give to this guy. which honestly, wait a second, I'm reinventing reusable. I'm reinventing the freaking reusable parser idea. There you go. Okay, so this is starting to make sense. Slowly, but this is slowly starting to make sense. So this is what we want to pass down, AC mark parser. Yes. I guess I can even give it a function for like pub function default, which gives you a AC mark parser. You give me extensions. But then I can do initialization for you. Okay, so this is slowly starting to make sense. Finally. Oof. One sec. Okay. So who wants to call this? Worker wants to call this. Worker doesn't want to do all this initialization by itself. It wants to do some of it, but not all of it. Yeah, no, I'm not gonna show that stuff to Andrew. I know that it's dangerous. So that's what we pass down. We pass down only CMark. We do need this to call these two things. CMark is supermd.ast.cmark parser.default extensions. There we go. So now we're parsing that stuff. Okay. Oof. We're slowly getting there. God damn it. So CMark parser. Shadows the declaration of CMark. God damn it, never mind. What's CMark? We'll never know. No love for pointers? What do you mean? Build action broken on macOS. Ooh, what do you mean? Which build action? You mean the one of Zine? I forgot what I was doing. Okay, so we can call this function to get the default one. We pass it to worker function. Then we pass it down in case it's needed. And then we only give it down to this guy. Yeah. What's the problem? Root source file start AST has numerical CMark. Yeah. Okay, so this is run one job. Now the problem is that in single threaded mode, now there's one more dependency that we need to pass down. How do we do this? There's basically going to be single threaded AST or something. I don't know. No, you know what? I mean, since it's single threaded, we're going to make one every single time. We're going to make a C make parser every single time. We're going to pass that down. Disgusting, but no, really. Oh shit. Failed to write those space left. Yeah, well that's a separate problem. Okay, let's see. In Simparser node, what's going on here? This error weirds me out. I don't understand what's going on. No failure when a function first child in struct CMark node. Oh, you're right. CMark AST. I'm okay. I feel like I'm going insane. Uppercase M. Yeah, node is another thing. Okay. Okay. We fix this. Standalone worker has no member named extensions. Variant 117. Right. Variant wants to call this guy. Variant also wants to call this guy. I wanted to avoid this, but all of these things are like screaming for thread local variables, by the way. Like genuinely screaming for the idea of creating thread locals. I hate to say this, but I really hate to say this, but that seems how we should do this at this point. I didn't want to do this, but I think thread local time it is. Yeah. Okay, you know what? This is gonna take a while. Here's what I'm gonna do. I think I'm gonna call it a day. I'm gonna end the stream here because I'm already late for dinner. I'm gonna go have dinner. Maybe I'm gonna relax a little bit because I'm not feeling particularly well. And I'm gonna do this work either later tonight in Discord or tomorrow. And then tomorrow we hopefully will have this stuff figured out. And yeah, and we're gonna be able to reduce the diff even more and maybe get to a point where I will have fully ported my website and then move on to the next website. Let me see if anybody's streaming Zig to see if I can raid somebody. That does not seem to be the case though. How are people doing? Thank you everybody. C style C. You know what? Sorry, I'm gonna be late. I think. Oh, there's Sparrow. Oh yeah, there's Sparrow live. Yeah, Sparrow, of course. Thank you. Yeah, go say hello to Sparrow for me, and I'll see you all next time. Have a nice day.